Welcome back to ILTV on the hour. We are live here in Israel, bringing you the headlines of the region. Israelis today are holding their breath in anticipation of the looming hostage for ceasefire deal. 2 years after Hamas crossed into Israeli territory, barbarically taking Israelis hostages into the tunnels of Gaza, holding them in horrific humanitarian conditions, the time has finally come to bring them all home. These are the first days of U.S. President Donald Trump's ceasefire for hostage deal. The atmosphere at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv today is tense and rigid, and we have ILTV's very own Kalev Ben David standing by to break down the day for us. But before the 48 Israeli hostages are returned home in a transfer set to begin only on Monday morning, first, the IDF is completing its withdrawal to the Yellow Line, and hundreds of thousands of Gazans flood the Wadi Gaza bridge on their way back to Gaza City. They are all heading north today. This is day one of the 72-hour ceasefire. Now, troops in the division are concluding 2 years of battles against Hamas. They will remain present and ready for action is returned. Footage shows Southern Command troops adjusting operational positions in the Gaza Strip, following instructions from the IDF's chief of staff and Israel's defense minister. Katz also says that Israel's biggest challenge, once the hostages are returned, will be destroying the Hamas tunnels that remain in the enclave. With the American-backed entity or Trump's Board of Peace, Katz has instructed the IDF to act accordingly. And as a painful reminder that the war is still raging on, the IDF released the name of a fallen soldier who yesterday succumbed to wounds sustained by a grenade blast during combat in the Strip. The soldier was named as Reserves Master Sergeant Shmuel Gadi Rachamim. He was 31 years old, from Givat Ze'ev. May his memory be a blessing. And with the IDF agreement of a pause in fighting, the Mawasi corridor near Gaza's coastline saw a massive exodus over the weekend. Hundreds of thousands of Gazans are now moving north with the implementation of the temporary ceasefire as part of Trump's peace deal. Israel's border crossings are now open and allowing the entry of over 500 humanitarian aid trucks. This, according to Kogat. Israel's coordination of government activities in the territories confirmed this morning that the aid currently entering includes both essential food items and fuel tankers for the Gazans. Footage from Reuters confirms that the trucks have made it into Khan Yunis and are said to be in the hands of UN officials for distribution. And U.S. President Donald Trump is slated to arrive in the Middle East after securing a generation-defining peace deal. Trump's schedule, according to reports, will begin at 9:20 a.m. Israel time on Monday morning. That's when Trump is expected to land. He will then continue to a meeting with the families of the hostages at the Knesset, Israel's parliament in Jerusalem, but not for meeting with the Israeli prime minister in his office. Trump will then give a speech to Israeli lawmakers at the Knesset shortly before departing for Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt to meet the mediators who brought his vision to fruition. In Egypt, Trump will attend the official signing of the deal, an event that will not see any Hamas officials or Israeli negotiators. And U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper visited Israel over the weekend. Following a situational trip into the Gaza Strip, CENTCOM confirmed that Israeli forces have redeployed from key urban areas while maintaining strategic control over roughly half of the Gaza Strip. 200 American troops are expected to be deployed to Israel to support and monitor the ceasefire deal. After visiting the Western Wall in Jerusalem, Witkoff, Kushner, and his wife, Ivanka Trump, visited Hostages Square in Tel Aviv. Now, Naftali was at Hostages Square last night. She was there when they were all speaking. Let's take a quick look.
Standing outside of Hostage Square, where reported 400,000 Israelis have shown up for what might be rallies that happens here at Hostage Square before the hostages return. In attendance is U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and his wife Ivanka Trump, who met with the hostages' families before this rally and also gave a speech here.
And now, as you return to the embrace of your families and your nation, know that all of Israel and the entire world stands ready to welcome you home with open arms and endless love.
All I know, and I have complete confidence in this, is that what will rise from this trauma will be a level of greatness, a level of achievement, a level of impact on the world, a level of leadership that Israel has never seen.
The President wants to share, as he has with so many of you, that he sees you, he hears you, he stands with you, always, always.
There is so much emotion in the air tonight. Anticipation and hope for the future. Here's how some people are feeling tonight.
Can you believe it? For 2 years, if I didn't sleep for 2 years, can you imagine?
To meet our friend, or who's a very close friend.
I feel like I want to cry, but I still hold it. And yeah, we are waiting to see the hostages coming back.
What you're witnessing now is the end to a very painful 2-year-long chapter in Israel's history. Next day or two, we are going to see a new chapter, one for the families and for the nation.
A new indeed. Joining us now with more on the Trump deal, former Israel ambassador to the UN. Danny, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure, Deborah.
We are currently in the midst of a 72-hour period of tension and of change. We should be seeing all of our hostages returned tomorrow morning, or now some reports are actually indicating tonight. And we already know of Gazan civilians already returning to their homes in the north. So, Ambassador Ayalon, what does the ceasefire mean for the region? Do you think we'll be seeing a new era of peace in the Middle East?
Well, the return of the hostages is only a first stage. And with really great leadership of the United States, of Trump, great of acumen of work, he is. So I believe that for us, the important thing is to see all the hostages back home. I believe until tomorrow, 72 hours after Israeli withdrew to the yellow line, according to the maps attached to the agreement. But then we'll start the real grueling and most complicated stage of demilitarization of Gaza, de-radicalization of Gaza, actually making sure Hamas will not be part of the governing system. And then we will see if we can move forward to even a grand, which would be stage 3, that is maybe a normalization or peace with Saudi Arabia and a new architecture in the Middle East. But there are many, many caveats. And as we always say, the cliche that the devil is in the details.
Absolutely. Now, and a bunch of our viewers here at ILTV actually are wondering why this coming together only now, 2 years into Israel's war with Hamas. So could you explain some of the, diplomatic and political pressures internationally as well that have, paved this?
I think first and foremost of President Trump. Mm-hmm. And also following the Israeli in Doha, I believe that catapulted conflict very high on the president's agenda. He is the only instrumental factor here. It's able country here, contrary to the Europeans, who are all creating damage by one-sided recognition of Palestinian states and, of course, many other issues against Israel that they are performing. First and foremost, it was President Trump's personal involvement. Secondly, must have been a fatigue, especially among the Hamas. And I would say the combination of military on the ground from the IDF and political pressure. And here I think the president brought together the main backers of Hamas, namely Erdogan, which is part of the Hamas system. Erdogan is Islamist, belongs actually to the Muslim Brotherhood. So he came in and put pressure on Hamas. Hamas owes him a lot. The same thing with Qatar. I think that brought about this acquiescence of Hamas, because the key was to bring the all the hostages in one fell swoop, and this was the most important thing, and it was credited to the president.
Absolutely, and also you can't forget Egypt's role in all of this as well. But I kind of want to dwell on Qatar a little bit, because I mean, the sentiment here in Israel is a little bit vague. You know, nobody here really knows if Qatar is an enemy state or not. It seems that the U.S. is currently our greatest ally. It always has been. And the U.S. is adamant, Donald Trump is adamant to work with the Qataris to achieve peace. And he's kind of, you know, dragging Israel along with him. So in your estimate, how should Israel be reacting to Qatar as an unlikely ally?
I think we should be very, very worried of the involvement of Qatar and Turkey as well, because they are not friends and they are part of the system that supports Hamas. Without the Turkish and the Qatari support, Hamas wouldn't be in existence, certainly would not have all to perform this hideous attack on the 7th of October. So on the they will try to protect Hamas, and I see, for instance, a reality where Hamas breaches the agreement. Israel needs for self-defense to take action, and then Turkey and Qatar go to the United States, to the president, and says, no, it didn't happen, so give them another chance, kind of rounding the corner, really undermine Israeli security. On the other hand, bringing in to the tent big stake of this agreement to be maybe the more responsible. And Turkey has a lot to gain, mostly huge contracts of the reconstruction of Gaza. Turkey has many construction companies that are vying for a lot of the economic. So maybe that would a little bit the one-sided policy of Turkey towards the Hamas. And Qatar also, they need the support and backing of the United States. And now, as they have a new defense treaty with the United States, they should feel more responsible, and that should heed to American suggestions or American requests, and maybe even demands.
Absolutely. And, you know, Trump is actually expected in the Middle East for the first time since he took office for his second term. While Netanyahu, actually, on the other hand, has been to visit Trump plenty of times before, both in Washington in his office, but also in his home in Mar-a-Lago. So what do you make of this trip now, of Trump's trip to the Middle East? What can we anticipate?
Sure. I think, first of all, it's a testament to the importance that Trump attaches to this agreement. He really owns this agreement, and his prestige is very much dependent upon it. So he will do everything to make sure this succeeds. But the president also takes advantage not only of the making sure that the tactical part of the agreement, namely the first two stages, that is the hostages return, humanitarian aid to Gaza, maybe even some reconstruction of Gaza. But I think he's looking far ahead into a new Middle East. And for that, I believe he will really push, and this is a great opportunity in Sharm el-Sheikh, when the president will be with 20 or more of Arab and Muslim leaders to make sure that they would work together with the United States and Israel and not against our wishes for a broader peace.
Right, so I actually want to talk a little about that, because Trump's involvement with this whole, you know, in the beginning of the war, we were calling it the day after, but I guess that now we can call it, you know, phase two, which raises a lot of questions, you know, technically speaking. How can, you know, an American-backed entity ensure the true disarmament of Hamas? I mean, we're seeing now new footage coming out of, you know, new armed Palestinians. They're calling themselves the Gazan police force. They're armed, and they're taking to the areas that the IDF has already withdrawn from. So, I mean, it's kind of hard to see this phase two playing out. Do you think that Trump's visit here in the Middle East can make an impactful difference on that front?
Yes, I think so. I think, first of all, he will expedite the formation of some peacekeeping force in Gaza, which will be composed of many of the Arab countries, like Egypt, United Arab Emirates, which are countries that you can really trust. They are very trustworthy. And if they would do what the agreement calls for and dismantle Hamas, not only their weapons, but also we must make sure that the tunnels are no longer there, just to either block them or explode them. This is something that will be the test for continuation of this agreement, because according to the agreement, Israel will have the right for self-defense, just as we have in Lebanon. In Lebanon, we also had an agreement with a ceasefire, but this ceasefire, according to the American side letter, commitment to Israel, in turn for Israel agreeing to the ceasefire, was that the ceasefire will be enforced if we need it by force. And this is what Israel is doing by preempting any attempts of terror or building another terror infrastructure by Hezbollah. The same thing will have to be with Hamas. If it is pretty much going well so far in Lebanon, we will see. Gaza is a little bit more complicated. It's a much smaller area, very dense, and there will be many forces outside the region. In Lebanon, we have only UNIFIL, the UN, but here we may have a few more contingents, and that may be, from a technical point of view, more problematic, but the principle should hold that we will not allow Hamas to rebuild its infrastructure, and basically, at the end of the day, we should see Hamas totally out of Gaza in terms of no part in the regime and no part of the education system. So we need to see two major principles here. First of all is the demilitarization of Gaza, namely disarming Hamas. And secondly, not less important, is the radicalization of Gaza. That means changing the education system, which so far spewed so much incitement and hatred against Israel and Jews.
Well, couldn't agree more that education is definitely key to secure Israel's security in the future. Ambassador Ayalon, thank you so much for joining us today and giving your insights, as always. Appreciate it.
My pleasure, Deborah.
And now we can go now to Kalev Ben David, who is standing by at Hostages Square in Tel Aviv to join us in this broadcast on this day. Kalev, if we can go to him at Hostages Square. He is standing by right now with some information about the hostage deal that is set to take place. Kalev, can you hear us? Seems like we've lost Kalev. We can't hear his microphone at this point in time, but he is currently standing in Hostages Square, which is definitely the place to be today. Israelis, as we've seen in our clip already from last night, Israelis are just holding their breaths and waiting to see the hostages come home. It's been 2 years of many soldiers who have lost their lives trying to locate these hostages and bring them home. And now it looks like with this deal brought forward by Donald Trump is going to happen this time around. Let's go back to that item by our very own correspondent, India Naftali, for more.
Outside of Hostage Square, where reported 400,000 Israelis have shown up for what might be one of the last rallies that happens here at Hostage Square before the hostages return. In attendance is U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and his wife Ivanka Trump, who met with the hostages' families before this rally and also gave a speech here.
And now, as you return to the embrace of your families and your nation, know that all of Israel and the entire world stands ready to welcome you home with open arms and endless love.
All I know, and I have complete confidence in this, is that what will rise from this trauma will be a level of greatness, a level of achievement, a level of impact on the world, a level of leadership that Israel has never seen.
And the president wanted me to share, as he has with so many of you personally, that he sees you, hears you, he stands with you, always.
There is so much emotion in the air tonight, including excitement, anticipation, and hope for the future. Here's how some people are feeling tonight.
Can you believe it? For 2 years, if I didn't sleep for 2 years, can you imagine about the family?
We're waiting to meet our friend, Avinatan Or, who's a very close friend of my husband.
I feel like I want to cry, but I still hold it. And yeah, we are waiting to see the hostages coming back.
What you're witnessing now is the end to a very painful 2-year-long chapter in Israel's history. And within the next day or two, we are going to see a new chapter begin, one of healing for the hostages, for the families, and for the nation.
Absolutely. Like she said, that's our ILTV correspondent, India Naftali, and we're getting an array of updates today. As you know, that this is an ever-developing region, and we're going to try and keep you posted with as many as we can. It seems that, according to certain reports, Hamas may be ready to release some of the hostages already today. Reports are now saying that President Donald Trump should be arriving in Israel still tomorrow, and that he has just been approved to address the Israeli Knesset, that is Israel's parliament in Jerusalem, in English, in his native language, which is also a good sign. That might mean as well that Trump might not be in Israel to see all of the hostages released, which is the fruition of his plan. We're also getting additional reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu has discussed with the coordinator of and Israel's top negotiator, Gal Hirsch. They have already been discussing this morning, and I know that we can. And now we can go to a guest. And now sorry about that issues. Let's go now to our ILTV correspondent, Kalev Ben David, who is standing by once again in Hostages Square. Let's try this one more time. Kalev, are you with us?
Yes, I can hear you, Devo. Can you hear me?
Absolutely. It's good to have you on the broadcast, Kalev.
Devo?
Yes.
It's good to be here. It's good to be here. And we are in Hostage Square, of course, sitting across from the IDF headquarters, the scene of so much excitement last night, as you saw in that report from India. The place was packed. Energy this evening. Now, that is certainly not the scene today. We have actually a nice, sunny, warm day in Tel Aviv. But there are some people here. It's a more relaxed scene. It's fairly crowded, nothing like last night. You get the sense, really, it's just for a lot of people, this is the last chance for them to come to the Hostage Square. People are coming here. They're taking pictures in front of the signs with the hostages because, of course, hopefully, all this could be dismantled in a day or two. Now, I'm here with Doron Avital, Reserve Lieutenant Colonel in the IDF, former commander of Special Forces in the IDF, Sayeret Matkal. Doron, I just want to follow up on the latest reports that Devo's been citing, conflicting reports about when Hamas might release the hostages. Early reports today saying that it could be tomorrow morning, 5:30 a.m., presumably right before President Trump arrives. Now there are some breaking reports, Hamas saying they're ready maybe to even release some of the hostages today. What do you make of this? Is it Hamas playing games again or confusion? What do you think's at play here?
I'm not sure about that. It's hard to estimate, but I'm sure that our generals, the people that really are responsible for the hostage, the handling of the hostage issue, they know what's going on the other side. So I think it's clear for me that Hamas is determined. The hostages are going to be released. It's a question in when and how, what fashion. But the technicalities, maybe there's also some constraints, but I think they're determined to do so, and I think this is why you see the atmosphere is so, in many respects, relaxed, because people feel we are not after the fact.
Which maybe it's hasty. I mean, there were reports of Hamas still trying to get some changes in the prisoner list.
Yeah.
We have to say that includes 250 security prisoners convicted of murder.
For sure.
But Hamas was asking for more for people like Marwan Barghouti, who's been serving 5 life sentences, one of the leaders of the murderous brigades in the Second Intifada. Could Hamas be still hoping, even at this stage, to try to force some changes there?
Perhaps, I'm not sure, but I'm sure on one thing: there's no way they're going to play with the deadline that was designed in terms of releasing the hostages. Trump is coming tomorrow.
So sorry about that. It seems that our connection has just dropped to Kalev, and we'll make sure to go back to him later in the broadcast. But I want to first welcome veteran journalist Ben-Dror Yamini to join us on the show right now. Ben-Dror, thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. So we're getting a lot of conflicting reports in the last few hours about the release of the hostages, when Hamas will be releasing them, and as well as how many are alive. So, I'd like to ask you, does Hamas know at all what they're doing at this point? I mean, there's so many different reports coming out. Do you think that they have located all of our 48 hostages at this point?
No, we don't know yet, because even in this very moment, negotiations are still continued in Sharm el-Sheikh. So I hope it doesn't indicate that there are problems in locating all the hostages, alive hostages. We do know that there are problems with the bodies. Yes, we know some of them will not arrive not until tomorrow midnight. Midday, sorry. But let's hope that this kind of surprises are not something which might in any way disturb or no, it's not. So it's something which is always part of the last minute in this kind of deeds. We have to bear in mind that that kind of obstacles, last-minute obstacles, happened also in the previous deals. So this does not really indicate something very serious.
I also want to touch on slightly different reports about the Palestinian security prisoner list. Is there a chance that this list can change at any point? Because there were reports that the list has been approved. Israel has already said that we are not going to be releasing the bodies of the Sinwar brothers. They are Yehia and Mohammed Sinwar, and Marwan Barghouti, who will also not be released. But will we potentially be seeing changes to that list as well?
Okay, that's exactly why Witkoff and Kushner are here, in order to solve last-minute problems. Yes. So yes, there might be minor problem here and there. We need this body, or we need that person, that prisoner. It can happen, but that's exactly why they're here. That's exactly why the delegation, to remind us all, is still in Sharm el-Sheikh. In problems. And yes, it is expected. I mean, we should not be that excited about the last minute problems. There will be, and there might be, in the next 2, 4, 5 hours, more problems that might appear. But this is not what will in any way fail the whole deal.
So, Ben-Dror, I'd actually like to ask you about something slightly different. I'd love to get your opinion on this, actually. All of the videos that have been coming out recently of the armed, Gazans, they look like they're in civilian clothing. They're not in Hamas military clothing, although it's quite clear that they're getting their arms from Hamas, and they're calling themselves something along the lines of the Gazan police force. I mean, what do you make of that?
It's very interesting. I mean, because first of all, nobody disarmed the Gaza Strip. Hamas is still whatever they had the day before the deal, they have it today. I mean, nobody expecting them to voluntarily give the weapons to anybody. It's not going to happen. And they are still there. They are the only power over there. The very fact that they are trying to disguise themselves with this kind of, no, it's only a kind of civilian police. You know what? We have to see the positive angle out of it, because even they, that if they will make a show, here we are, and we are controlling the Gaza Strip, and it's only us with this kind of military uniform, they know that it's not good for the moment for them. The big question will, of course, appear in the next stage after the release of the hostages. What will happen? We don't know. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be simple. If people think that Hamas is going to be disarmed in a very easy way, it's not going to happen. Of course not when we are speaking about who is going to be the supervisor. We know that it's going to be Turkey and Qatar, and they are part of the Muslim Brothers. So a lot of question marks. One stage we achieved, yes, as the upcoming release of the hostages. But about the next stages, it's not going to be easy.
Absolutely, I couldn't agree more that phase 2 of Trump's plan is littered with question marks. How can you effectively disarm Hamas? One thing that Trump did say, however, and Israel's defense minister Israel Katz has reiterated to IDF troops, is that should Hamas not disarm in the way that Trump's plan dictates, with, as you say, these Qatari and Turkish assisting bodies, or perhaps an American-backed entity taking over the Gaza, not taking over, but coming into the Gaza Strip, Israel has all of the rights to go in and achieve this militarily. Do you think that we're going to end up there at the end of the day?
Well, it's easy to write, it's easy to say. There are many things written in the agreements that are not going to be carried out. For example, paragraph 19 in the first agreement, speaking about the Palestinian state. I don't see that Israel is really going to that direction and enabling a Palestinian state. So the point is that Trump is zooming out. He's not going to details. Who is dealing with the details? It's Witkoff, it's maybe Kushner, not Trump. That's why he has this kind of conference tomorrow, speaking about the regional peace, speaking about what we are going to do with Gaza. Israel is not even participating. So, to your question, I'm not sure that Israel will be allowed by Trump to enter Gaza again, even if Hamas is going to violate the agreement.
Interesting. And I actually want to ask you about, because we actually just had a guest on who spoke about the peacekeeping forces in Lebanon after the Israel-Lebanon war, and that was UNIFIL. And we know that UNIFIL's primary job was to prevent any hostilities from Lebanon toward Israeli territory. And I don't think it's an overstatement to say that they did not, complete their job in the most effective way. Can we be expecting the same thing in the Gaza Strip? Can we maybe take lessons and learn lessons from what happened with our border with Lebanon and implement them in Gaza, or are these just two completely different borders? I mean, what's your take on that?
No, it's different borders, but just the very same way that Israel, enabled actually the Hezbollah to gain power, just the way Israel enabled Hamas to gain power. It might happen again, maybe not on the same scale, but if somebody is expecting that Gaza is going to be a new Riviera or something, no, it's not going to happen. Problems will appear because we are Hamas, and Hamas has the ideology of extermination Jews and extermination Israel and so on and so on. I mean, they are part of the Muslim Brothers. No, it's not going to be simple. It's not going to be easy. We know exactly what happened with the Muslim Brothers in Arab countries. I mean, why to speak also only about Israel? They are outlawed in most of the Arab countries. Not on the only one Arab country that enables them and actually hosting them is Qatar, and not an Arab country, but also Turkey. So it's not going to be easy because this ideology is not going to disappear, not in 1 day, not in 2 days, and not in the upcoming months. So problems will be part of the story. How Israel is going to handle it and how Israel will not repeat on the mistake vis-a-vis what happened in Lebanon and before October 7 in Gaza, we have to wait and see.
That's interesting. So I actually like to ask you about this, the idea of Israeli settlements in the Gaza Strip, which I know has been abandoned due to Trump's plan, because Trump's plan does not include Israeli settlements inside the Gaza Strip. Do you think that maybe if Israelis did want to go and settle like they did once in Gush Katif, do you think that that would help us to achieve a fully disarmed and de-radicalized Gaza Strip, or will that maybe make things worse?
No, look, it was actually, the whole idea was expressed by who? By Ben Gvir, by Smotrich. Nobody took them seriously. By the way, it made a lot of damage. I was in the United States, I was in Canada, and many people speaking about Israel supporters asked many questions about this kind of declaration. What is it? Is it bonanza? What is it? Is it a real estate deal? I mean, it just harmed Israel. I mean, it was a big mistake, this kind of declarations. When Trump said Riviera, well, this is Trump, he can say whatever he wants. But speaking from the Israeli point of view about settlements and about bonanza, we heard what the Treasury Ministry said. It was a huge, huge mistake. The damage was there. Nobody took him seriously, even not Benjamin Netanyahu, but the damage has been done.
So you think there was damage caused just by floating the idea of settlements? You think that the idea is damaging?
Of course. Sometimes we have to look at things from the international point of view. In the international point of view, when we are trying to fight the demonization, and I dedicated the last 20 years to that mission, to fight the demonization. This kind of declarations coming from Israeli ministers, it just helps the BDS, it just helps the anti-Israeli campaign. Why? Why do we need it? Why this kind of declarations? I mean, it's counterproductive for us in the fight against Hamas, in the fight against anti-Semitism, and so on. And who is paying the price? Not only us, not only the Israeli economy. And we heard about the boycotts, which is expanding, and the wave of anti-Semitism. Why do we need it? These declarations are only fueling those anti-Israeli campaigns.
Absolutely. I don't think any of us are welcoming all of the anti-Semitism abroad, but this actually brings up an interesting point that I wanted to touch on because, Trump's peace plan and the implementation of the 72-hour ceasefire has been very widely accepted and hailed as a good deal. Israelis are celebrating, Gazans are celebrating, Americans, all of the involved, bodies are celebrating and praising this deal. But the one group of people that we have not heard a peep from since the announcement of the ceasefire have been the pro-Palestinian movements abroad, whether it be on college campuses in the United States or on the streets of Paris or London or in Europe, in Western Europe. So they're now that there is a solution for a conflict against. So it seems like no matter what Israel does at this point, there will always be anti-Semitism, there will always be BDS, and there will always be boycotting. Is that not true? What's your assessment?
Okay, it's a very good question. A mistake. And the mistake was to call them pro-Palestinian demonstrators. No, they are not pro-Palestinians, they are pro-jihad. That's what they are. And I'm pro-Palestinian. I mean, I want the Palestinian to prosper, whatever the solution will be. They do not want. What they want is just one thing, to be against Israel, the destruction of Israel. That's what they are fighting for. Of course, yes, they don't care about a ceasefire. They never did. Because the only one thing that they wanted is decolonization, which means the destruction of Israel, the dismantling of Israel. That's what they wanted. So now, in the very minute that they have to face the new reality, we just expose the real face. That's what is happening right now. Now, the question is, and the big question is, will they be strong as they were until now? Will they continue the same way? Who is going to support them? We don't have the answers, but I do hope, and I can guess that some of them, those who really wanted the ceasefire and peace and so on, will leave, will not join anymore the demonstrations. The extreme left-wingers and the Islamists, this coalition, red coalition, will continue. It was before October 7, it will be after October 7, the first one and this one. They will continue. But I do hope that they are not going to be as strong as they were until a few days ago.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Veteran journalist Ben-Dror Yamini, thank you so much for joining us today and giving us your insights, as always.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And now we can go back to Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, which is currently bustling with people, where ILTV's Kalev Ben David is standing by. Kalev, are you with us?
Yes, Devo, I'm with you. Can you hear us there in the studio?
Yes, we can. Can you give us a report from Hostages Square? What's going on there right now?
Right. So it's many people milling about here. There is a kind of relaxed atmosphere. It's nowhere near, of course, what we saw last night, the excitement when Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner and even Ivanka Trump spoke to the crowd. But there is a fair group of people who keep on streaming in and out. And as I said earlier, I don't know if it caught it, it does really seem like for a lot of people are coming by here because they feel maybe this is the last chance for them to come to this historic place. A lot of people are taking photos around, taking photos of them. I mean, this has become such an iconic location for Israelis. I think for a lot of people, they just want to make if maybe they weren't here and this is their last chance to even come here. With me, Colonel Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Doron Avital, the former Commander of Special Forces for the IDF. Doron, what do you think? When you look at the crowd here, I get a sense really of people, this is coming out now saying this is perhaps our last day to be here.
Yeah, I think you feel that there's a confidence here that the deal is coming through. I mean, you don't feel tension. You feel this is done. But of course, we have to see them first. And sure, I'm not sure it will ever be called the Museum Square. Maybe forever it will be called.
Well, you know what? I have to say, Doron, I'm from Jerusalem.
Yeah.
I live right around the corner from the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah.
In front of it, there's a small, very tiny traffic circle called Kikar Trump Square.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I don't think anyone's going to call this Tel Aviv Museum Square anymore. Maybe they should rename it Trump Square.
Yeah. There's no question that he comes out as the hero of the from the perspective of the Israelis. There's no question about him, about this. Witkoff, Kushner, whoever helped facilitate the deal, this is, for us, this is a great joy and a great day for Israel, for sure.
Right. Now, we do have some news breaking. I'm going to be very careful with this, Doron, because it is unconfirmed. As we have said early in the broadcast, it is not 100% certain when we know the hostages are going to be released. There were initial reports that it would be early tomorrow morning, perhaps between even 5 and 6 a.m. The hostage release would begin, presumably perhaps to get them all released just prior to President Trump arriving in Israel, which is scheduled to be around 9:30. But there are some reports now that, again, these are unconfirmed, of Hamas sources saying they're ready to release some of the hostages today. Now, the latest we're hearing, again, from unconfirmed sources, media sources, is that there actually may be more than 20 living hostages freed in the next 24 hours. Reports of this Nepalese migrant worker who was working in Israel on one of the kibbutzim when he was kidnapped, Pepin Joshi, I may be mispronouncing his name. It was known that he was held captive. It was believed he was alive. The name, second Israeli, I'm not going to mention it because it's totally unconfirmed. One of those people whose fate was uncertain, believed most likely killed, reports that he may be added to the list of 20. Now, I don't want to go into the details because it's unconfirmed, but maybe this just illustrates there's a lot we don't know yet about the hostages, the conditions they're in, and what's actually going to happen in the next 24 hours.
First of all, if so, those are great news. For sure, I mean, we know less than this headquarters that deals with the hostages run by Nitzan Alon, this brilliant general. So they know more, and I'm sure when it will be verified, we'll know better, but those are great news. But of course, there's a lot of uncertainty, a lot of constraints. Gaza is in a havoc, so... But one thing I think we all, and we feel it in the square, and the people are confident the deal is going through, and we will see the hostages. Of course, this is before the fact, we were to after the fact, but the confidence is there, and you feel it with the people here in the square.
Right. Again, going back to the hostages, it's going to be an emotional day coming up, but a difficult day in summer. But first of all, we don't know all the conditions of the hostages. Certainly there's concern about some of them. Eviatar David, the most prominent example, that terrible video of him looking like he was being starved to death. And I think that's something that we know the hospitals in Israel are setting up for it. Some of them, the ones closer to the Gaza Strip in Beersheba, Soroka, just in case there are some emergency cases. And also the mental condition of the hostages. This is something that we have to be prepared for.
Unfortunately, we gained some experience with hostages coming back, creating their condition and creating a procedure and platforms to accommodate them in the fashion that they should be accommodated. But of course, 2 years is a long time, and we've seen some of those videos, some terrible videos. So to see their condition, their emotional and physical and mental condition would have to be evaluated. But we have to hope for the best, and of course there will be a long process of healing, not to the hostages for sure, but also to the families and also to the Israeli society at large.
Right, and of course then there is the question of those hostages who I'm not even going to give a number because now, as I said, we're not even certain. But they're let's say between 20 to 30 of the hostages whose remains and bodies are in Gaza. We don't know yet if they're going to be released together with the living hostages. And reports of Hamas saying, some Hamas officials saying, it's more difficult for them to even find the remains of some of those hostages.
No, this is a complex question, and maybe it will take days, weeks, or even months to find some of those remains. We have this trauma, Israeli trauma, trauma about Ron Arad, the pilot that we never succeeded to trace his body and where is he buried. So this is a national trauma, and I hope there will be not too many Ron Arads in this case. But this is a process, and I think, as I heard, they are going to create some procedure of way of like combined forces going and looking for those remains when there's uncertainty about them.
Right, combined forces with the still yet unknown security forces that will enter the Gaza Strip. We should also mention, let's talk a little about tomorrow, because I said before, as far as we know at this stage, the hostage release has to be by noon, where the most reliable reports are that it'll be in the early morning hours, 5 a.m., 6 a.m., President Trump landing at 9:30 a.m., going straight from Ben Gurion Airport to the Knesset, making his speech in English. Again, not unprecedented that a foreign leader makes a speech. I think of Anwar Sadat speaking even in Arabic at the Camp David, of course. But an unbelievably historic, any other time, that would just be itself a historic moment.
No, it's a historical moment. There's no question. I don't think of any other context in which a U.S. president comes and celebrates a release of hostages after such a bloody war of 2 years. This is something, and of course, his very active role. I mean, this is like, it's interesting with the respect that he gets from the Israeli public of being so actively actually facilitating this deal. I mean, this is the respect he will get, and he wrote his name in the history of Israel.
Right, and then from the Knesset, after he's going to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Herzog, it is said that he will also meet with some of the hostage families, as well as some of those hostages that came back in earlier deals. And then he's going to go straight back to the Ben Gurion Airport.
Flying to Egypt.
And flying to Cairo, to Egypt for certainly the symbolism of his visit to Israel is more potent. But in the practicality of what's going to happen in the Gaza Strip, meeting in Cairo may even be more important.
Exactly. This is an important summit, and we have not to forget that the deal was possible because it created this coalition of our countries, Turkey, Qatar, Egypt, and with the force of this coalition, it really succeeded to convince Hamas that there's no other way for Hamas but in return for ending the war to release all the hostages. So this is a great success, but the payment, I'm not sure if it's payment, but I think he wants to initiate or ignite again this Abraham Accord second chapter, the peace process, and this would mean that the Israeli government would have really to consider its steps, for sure, in terms of the Palestinian Authority. Because if there's one thing that is clear that was promised to the Arab coalition, the Palestinian Authority is the body that represents the Palestinians, and this is very hard for our current government to accept.
But will not be an active part of the governance until there are reforms.
For sure, reformed and all, but this is the address.
So that's down the road, though we're not clear what those reforms. You said the Arab countries is Muslim countries.
Muslim, sorry.
Because we also see countries like Pakistan and Indonesia taking part, even potentially allowing some of their armed forces to take part in this multinational so this is a huge development.
This is a huge breakthrough. It's of course a practical way. In terms of practicality, it wouldn't be easy when there will be Arab forces or international forces with participation of US or European. Then the way we move in the Gaza would be much more complicated. It's not that we didn't have stories like that in the past. In '82, in the War of Lebanon, I was there, a young officer. Of course, there were French and American Marines entering Beirut. So this is a process we did, but far away in Lebanon. This would be at our doorstep, a different story. And this would mean a different way of us handling the Gaza Strip and the way we can operate in the Gaza Strip. So it's a big issue.
Also, I'm going to add to that, much closer cooperation with the United States and its armed forces. There are now, at least we were told, 100 soldiers from figures from CENTCOM, Central Command in the Middle East, that came to Israel, and they are going to be kind of an overall body directing these security
There's no question.
forces.
Also in the terms of the coordination between our generals and CENTCOM generals, this is a very close coordination. In many respects, this is a different story. This is not the context of Israel, not in 67, not in 73, not in the Lebanon war. This intimacy has its benefits, but we have to understand it's also a different relationship between us and the great U.S. empire.
Right. Doron, I want to go back to the Gaza Strip, specifically in the Israeli military operation there. Unfortunately, as I said, this is going to be the next day or two of very mixed emotions. Of course, the joy at the hostages. but unfortunately there are some other sides of it. I feel we should mention Sergeant Shmuel Gad Rachamim, who is an IDF soldier that was wounded in apparently an accident involving a grenade in the Gaza Strip, and he died, I believe, overnight from his wounds. I think it's something now about 470 soldiers, and we should note, early in the week there was another IDF soldier, Sergeant Michael Nachman, killed by a sniper. Many people had then said they hoped he would be the last of the soldiers, but there are still many wounded. There's over a dozen seriously wounded. I mean, for the IDF, even though they've pulled out, this is still an ongoing story.
Sure, this is a heavy toll in terms of the fallen soldiers, our fallen heroes, in terms of the wounded, in terms of the post-traumatic soldiers. We heard only later suicide of a Nova survivor. I mean, this is the toll. Yeah, we'll go back to it. But of course, the army paid heavy toll, but this is what the armies do, and I think their contribution, there's no question, without this military pressure building in and pushing Hamas, it would be hard, of course, to facilitate this deal, so we have to salute to our army. And I think the current chief of staff was very smart the way he moved around Gaza. He moved very...
explain that.
I think he moved slowly, carefully. He wasn't hasty. I mean, there was this debate of when, how do you go about this, the second campaign about Gaza, and I think he sensed that you have to go about it carefully because maybe he has felt that there would be other moves on the ground that he do and would force this withdrawal. So I think the army behaved very smartly in the last few weeks.
And kept up the pressure on Hamas.
To keep the pressure, but not to do hasty moves that will pay a price that we would regret.
Let's talk about going forward, because of course the Israeli forces have moved back towards
the yellow line.
We now have another line in Israel, the yellow line. But it is supposed to be, there are supposed to be further pullbacks if we see the release of the hostages. But still, the idea technically will be inside the Gaza Strip, the historic border of the Gaza Strip.
No, for sure.
The so-called security zone. So talk about that. That's a whole new security arrangement.
Yeah, of course.
For the IDF.
The perimeter around the Gaza Strip, the question of the Delphi route and the connection to Egypt. There are many open questions here, and also the ability of the IDF, as we said, to intercept or intervene when things are, as we do in Lebanon, if there are other forces there. So this is a very delicate issue that would have to be handled very carefully. We shouldn't forget, in the end, that Gaza is a very narrow strip. People talk about the Gaza. This is not Lebanon. This is not Syria. A very narrow there. We can move. We can act. We can observe the land. But the issue is that there will be other forces there, which are basically participating with us in the security consideration. Then we'll have to work it out very delicately. It's not easy. It reminds me a little bit like after the Oslo Accord, when we have these joint forces with the Fatah, the IDF in the West Bank, which was also not an easy thing to the army to digest, and many problems later.
There are still today.
Of course, to this day, for sure.
All right. Well, certainly, as you mentioned, historic on so many levels.
Yeah, on many levels.
On so many levels. Doron Avital, Lieutenant Colonel in the Reserves, thank you for joining us here at Hostage Square. We're back, continue our coverage, but let's go back to our Devil Klein there in our ILTV studio.
Thank you, Kalev. And to those of you who are joining us now, we are currently live from Israel. It is currently 2:30 p.m. Israel time, which means it is 7:30 a.m. in New York City. And it's day one of the temporary hostage for ceasefire deal. U.S. President Donald Trump is expected to arrive in Israel and the Middle East for a visit both to Israel and then to Egypt. He is scheduled to land tomorrow at 9:20 in the morning. That's when he's landing at Ben Gurion Airport, Israel time on Monday morning. That's when he is expected to land, of course. He will then continue to a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in the Prime Minister's office, followed by a meeting with the families of the hostages in the Knesset. That's Israel's parliament in Jerusalem. Trump will then later give a speech to the Israeli lawmakers at the Knesset, and he has been approved to give his speech in English shortly before departing for Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt to meet with the mediators who brought his vision to fruition in Egypt. Trump will attend the official signing of the deal, an event not see any Hamas officials or Israeli negotiators. And now reports are saying that although he has been invited, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian will not be arriving. And troops of the 98th Division are concluding 2 years of intense battles against Hamas terrorists inside the enclave. Speaking to his troops, a commander of the division said they will remain present and ready for action until every single hostage, both living and dead, is returned home. Footage shows Southern Command troops adjusting operational positions in the Gaza Strip, following instructions from the IDF's chief of staff and Israel's minister. Katz also tweeted on X that Israel's biggest challenge once the hostages are returned will be destroying the Hamas tunnels that remain in the enclave with the American-backed entity or Trump's Board of Peace. Katz has instructed the IDF accordingly. And as a painful reminder that the war is still raging on, like Kalev said recently, the IDF released the name of a fallen soldier who only yesterday succumbed to wounds sustained by a grenade blast combat operations in the Strip. The soldier was named as Reserves Master Sergeant Shmuel Gadi Rachamim. He was 31 from Givat Zehev. May it be a blessing. And with the IDF agreement of a pause in fighting, the Mawasi corridor near Gaza's coastline saw a massive stream of hundreds of thousands Gazans over the weekend who are now traveling north with the implementation of the temporary ceasefire. They are returning to Gaza City. As part of Trump's peace deal, Israel's border crossings are now also open and allowing the entry of over 500 humanitarian. Israel's coordination of government activities in the territories, they confirmed this morning that the aid includes both essential food items and fuel tankers. Footage confirms that the trucks have and to be in the hands of UN officials for distributions. And special on the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Kushner's wife, Ivanka Trump, just gave some inspirational words to the crowds there who are waiting for the return of the hostages. And we can now go back to Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where our very own ILTV's Emily Schrader is standing by. She is, of course, in Hostages Square, where everything is happening today. Emily, can you hear us?
Hi, Devo. Thanks. Yeah, I'm here in Hostage Square, and we do see a crowd slowly but steadily building. A lot less activity, as Kalev stated earlier, than we saw last night, with almost 400,000 people showing up in the square here to celebrate with great anticipation the hostage deal, hopeful return of our hostages, even as early as tonight. I'm here right now with Flor Hassan Nahum, the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs Special Envoy for. And Fleur, thanks for joining us today. I know that you have been very active in this fight from day one. What does it mean, this hostage for a ceasefire deal? Do you expect that we'll see the return of our, I believe it's now 22, they're estimating, living hostages to return hopefully tonight or even tomorrow morning?
It's unconfirmed. There are some reports that there may be the Nepalese foreign worker may be included in this, and we got to be very careful.
Yeah.
Potentially another Israeli.
Absolutely, which would be a wonderful surprise in this horrific experience that we've had. Look, I'll be honest, Emily, I didn't think that they were all going to come back, and certainly not in one go. And I don't see any other constellation except for President Trump putting a gun on the table and not expecting Israel to retreat first, but saying release them all, and then everything else, any other guarantees will come after that release. 2 years, too long, and my heart breaks for those families who are just trying to see whether their loved ones who've been killed, who've been murdered, they're going to get a burial. That to me is heartbreaking, and as somebody who is a friend of Rachel and Jonathan Goldberg-Polin for many years, heartbroken that unfortunately Hirsch was murdered before getting.
I mean, we do know that many of the hostages will be returning home deceased. Despite that, we've heard President Trump state repeatedly how much those families have yearned for the return even of their loved one's body that's being so savagely held hostage by Hamas since October 7th. You've spoken with a lot of these families. What does it mean to these families to have this deal on the table, to finally have an all hostages being released in one go, as President Trump has so strongly demanded from the beginning?
Well, the Sophie's choice that we had, this thing called selection. Who do we pick? Who's worse off? Who's more of a humanitarian case? At this point, they're all humanitarian cases. And if we wouldn't have gotten to this point with the Trump administration, there'd still be drib-drabbing 2 and 3 and 2, and almost kind of pitting families against each other to see who was in a worse condition to put them out. Psychological warfare. That's what we've been going through over the last few years. Psychological warfare of who comes out, who stays and why. And Bezrat Hashem, please God, they're all coming out in one go. And that is something that honestly, Emily, I didn't think we'd get to this point.
Well, you know, Fleur, you've been very about the Hasbara, the public diplomacy war, and of course that has been an additional front of this war that hasn't really been covered enough. Hamas has been so savage in how they've crafted their disinformation about what's happening, such as the myth that we've been seeing so frequently. Even today I saw restaurants opening in the Strip. What on performance, we'll say, when it comes to public diplomacy?
Well, I think all of us here are on that front line of that war, and we have felt very frustrated, not just since October 7th, but we knew there was nothing in place. There was no strategy. There was no apparatus for dealing with Israel's image, reputation, communications war, you want to call it, but you know what I mean. And I think that if we've learned anything from these 2 years is that we can no longer afford not to be present and not to be on offense when it comes to the delegitimization war on Israel. It is a very real war. It is, as many of our friends say, the Third World War that we're already in. The Third World War doesn't have to be a conventional war. We're already in that Third World War. It's that war of demonization against our country, which could affect us in many different ways. And it's time for the government to understand that this is no longer a nice to have, it's a need to have.
Right. So I want to ask you, in your current role and in some of your past roles, you've been very involved in helping Israel build relations with the Abraham Accord neighbors and probably some other things you can't even talk about with some other countries. But as we know, together with the hostage release coming up, President Trump's speech, he's going to have a historic meeting in Cairo involving some of those Abraham Accord countries, other countries in the region, even Muslim countries like Indonesia, even Pakistan that Israel's people haven't even talked about. So what are the opportunities here to go from this to, again, expanding that circle that you've been involved in?
So that's a great question, and we really don't know exactly how it's going to play out. But I will say this, if people were asking me a year ago, a year and a half ago, half a year ago, what is the ideal scenario for Gaza, I would always say, take some of the Abraham Accords countries, take some of the Sunni moderate Arab countries that have de-radicalized their own societies, put them in charge of the school curriculum. The Emirates did it. Saudi has taken hatred out of their curriculums. These people can do it because they've done it before. They have experience with radical jihadi Islamism and how to eradicate it of the hatred. Having said is very much the Muslim Brotherhood. They want to re-establish the Ottoman Empire under the guise of the Muslim.
From Qatar as the principal sponsor of Hamas.
And they're very problematic for us in Syria. So I'm a bit worried about them. But again, you know, if you can have an administration that is ruling the Gaza Strip that isn't Hamas or taken over by Hamas or the puppets of Hamas, I mean, we know that the Emirates don't want anything to do with the Muslim Brotherhood. It's a threat to their own kingdom. We know the Saudis the same. Maybe this is that formula, but until I see it, I'm not going to believe it's going to work. And I'll say something else, and this goes back to the communications war. If it's Arabs in charge of other Arabs, and Arabs actually making sure that they keep to the promises and the guarantees of this agreement, and if it's Arabs actually, you know, militarily running the Gaza Strip that isn't Hamas, nobody's going to be looking that way.
Right.
And maybe de-radicalization can actually happen when the media's attention is not on anything that doesn't involve actual Israel being there.
Absolutely.
Well, I think our focus right now is obviously on the first phase of this agreement, which hopefully we will see implemented tomorrow, as I stated.
Amen.
But I do want to ask you while I have you, what do you think the likelihood is of us being able to continue into the second phase, into a new leadership potentially in Gaza? I mean, are you concerned about Qatar's involvement? We've already heard a few IDF generals expressing hesitation about how much Qatar will be involved. Can we really trust them? They've been such a part of this deal, but can we trust them moving forward?
Look, I don't think we can trust anybody at this point. Obviously, we couldn't even trust ourselves on October 7th. But I will say something else. Where I think Trump is actually quite brilliant is that he understands the Arab world better than maybe some of our leaders do. And what he's done is he's shown them two pathways. Here is what peace and prosperity and a real allyship with America looks like. And this is the liability that is Hamas for you. And I think the Qataris, who are essentially interested in self-preservation more than anything, have chosen the side of the United States.
For now.
For now. So I'm encouraged by the fact that, and there's already rumors, Emily, you've heard them too, that they're trying to reform Al Jazeera. When I see, look, Al Arabiya is a Saudi channel that went through an editorial U-turn. I'm not saying they're a pro-Israel channel, but they're neutral and they're not a poison machine like Al Jazeera. If I see in the next few months Al Jazeera making a similar U-turn, I will know that Trump had the right attitude when it comes to Qatar. He showed them the promised land, not literally, that's us, and he showed them the liability that is continuing to fund Hamas and demonize Israel.
Well, you talk about the role of America here, and the boots on the ground in Gaza may be some kind of joint Arab-Muslim force, but we know it's going to be directed by the United States.
Yeah.
100 officers from CENTCOM, Central Command, have arrived in Israel already, and they are supposed to be supervising. So we also are seeing, I think, for an unprecedented U.S. direct involvement in Israel's security. For example, that a solution in Gaza moves forward more than we've ever seen any administration commit itself to that kind of project here.
Well, listen, if America, UNIFIL or UN or UNRWA, I think the biggest victory of this whole thing is to try and kick UNRWA out, kick the UN out, make them essentially irrelevant. Yes, I'm quite happy the Americans are there. They helped us out with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. Without them, we couldn't have set up the alternative food distribution system that, in fact, cut Hamas's legs off in governing the Gaza Strip. And so, if it's the Americans there, I can sleep better at night. If the Americans can control the Turks and the Qataris, or essentially they're running the show and the Turks and the Qataris are there for the kind of peace of mind of the Arab world, I can live with that too. We just have to see what's going to be happening.
Now, before I let you go, I do want to ask you one more thing. We've already seen footage coming out of Gaza, the Gaza Defense Force, which of course has already, we know, is Hamas being rebranded as some sort of pseudo security forces. Despite that, what they're actually doing on the ground, as we've seen in the gruesome footage, is actually executing and torturing many Gazans on the ground, of which there's been little to no protest internationally, despite the fact there's still protests about Israel. I want to ask you, how much power do you think Hamas will still have in the future, and how can Israel prevent that from growing?
That's $1 million question. I think that, again, it depends how much involvement the Americans are going to have. It depends how much involvement the Qataris are going to have. It could actually be a positive thing that the Qataris are like, look, we've given America these guarantees. We've got all these goodies on the table. You're not going to screw it up for us. You know, it could. The main thing is that if Hamas is not the governing force of Gaza, even if they're somehow involved, it could be an opportunity to kind of limit every time, every month, limit their involvement, because ultimately they pose a threat to peacekeeping forces, not just to Israel. And the biggest, I think, and overlooked, the biggest achievement of this is that we're not retreating completely. We're kind of half in, and we're not going to retreat anymore unless there's a different governing force. And that gives us the power.
I think not only that, but of course we know that demilitarization, Hamas surrendering and putting down their arms is a condition of the future phases of this agreement.
And otherwise
Let's hope
we're not retreating.
Exactly. Let's hope that continues, but we'll be following that closely. Fleur Hassan Nahum, thank you so much for joining us today on this special broadcast. Go back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Emily, for giving us that coverage. And thank you as well to Fleur and Kalev who joined her. And we are, of course, in these crazy days. So we are going to give you a lot of updates just here from the ground. So Trump is still expected to arrive in morning. But I'm just going to reiterate what Kalev was saying there on the hostage, BP Joshi, who actually is maybe potentially one of the 20 living hostages. And as we continue to get more information, we will obviously continue to update you as well. But as of now, we have 20 confirmed living hostages that should be released within the next 24 hours. Hamas has reportedly said that they can agree to release them already as soon as tonight, which is even before Trump's arrives in Israel, although it was previously believed that the hostages would come after Trump. But his trip is as follows. He should be arriving in Israel at 9:20 Ben Gurion in Israel. Straight after that, he's actually going to meet with the Israeli Prime Minister, with Benjamin Netanyahu, at approximately 10:15 in the morning. After his meeting with the Israeli Prime Minister in his office, he will then continue to meet the families of the hostages. He's meeting them in the Knesset, which is Israel's parliament. And after the hostage, he'll be speaking to all of Israel's lawmakers, those who wish to be in attendance before he starts for Egypt, of course, for the signing to the deal that is currently on the table. Egypt for that, which means that he's going to be in Israel for a little bit less than 4 hours, which is not as much as people maybe would have thought that he would be in Israel for. But he's coming to Israel, and it's going to be a move likely going to change a lot of things here on the ground. And we're, of course, waiting for more information on the hostages, but also Trump and his arrival to Israel. Of course, we'll continue to update you as more updates come out. But let's go back quickly to Hostages Square in Tel Aviv, where Emily Schrader is still there to give us another update for us.
Hi, Devo. Yeah, great to be back with you so quickly. So we're here with David Rebel, a political analyst here in Israel, an Israeli-Russian citizen. I'd love to start by getting your take on what's happening in the media. I know you follow a lot of the Arab media. How are they receiving what's happening? What are they reporting about this hostage release?
They're celebrating what I see in the media. They're not celebrating the hostage release. They're celebrating the ceasefire, the attempt to return home, especially to the northern Gaza, because they were restricted during the war to return back. So the Netzarim corridor, which is placed in Gaza, they're more celebrating this fact. Arab media is covering right now the houses that were damaged or destroyed, so they're focusing on that one. And the hostage release is like 2% of the media that cover it.
Well, I saw that you're tracking a lot of the social media responses also in English. And one of the, I think, disturbing trends that we've seen, I'm not sure, Kalev, if you've seen it as well, a lot of Gazans sharing that they are Holocaust survivors. And it's a lot in Gaza, the fact that this was a legitimate war. Are you seeing similar rhetoric?
Yes, I do. I also see the genocide survivor, the Holocaust survivor. They compare themselves to Anne Frank. And also some of them are joking about the writing down about what they went through. I mean, honestly, this is disgusting because they use the tragedy of the Jewish people in order to gain sympathy. And it's very dirty, I would say.
In fact, there is an irony here, and a lot of commentators have pointed it out, that a lot of pro-Palestinian, though I would call them more anti-Israel activists or celebrities, who have been calling it genocide and calling it for a ceasefire, and suddenly when it's not maybe the ceasefire that is exactly, suddenly you're dissatisfied. You would think if there was a ongoing genocide, first and foremost, so happy and grateful, but apparently that that rhetoric has kind of stopped because it's just not the outcome that
demonstration in campus celebrating the ceasefire, the so-called genocide is over. I have seen the genocide that was over by the negotiations and the hostage. Because first of all, victims do not hold hostages, and second of all, victims do not hold negotiations. And they also had terms, and everybody listened to them, Hamas in particular. So yeah.
When it comes to your average Gazans on the ground, what you've been seeing on social media, I mean, are they relieved? Do you sense that they're relieved by the ceasefire, or is there still an indoctrinated culture that's dedicated to Israel's destruction? I mean, from what I've seen, it seems like we've seen both from different groups within Gaza, but now that Hamas is maintaining some emblem of control in neighborhoods, at least, what is the... We've already seen Hamas persecuting some of the Gazans. What are the Gazans saying that you hear?
There are mixed reactions. Some of them are afraid, some of them are seeing this as hudna, which is in Arabic means the ceasefire in order to regroup and to continue the armed resistance, as they call terrorism. So it's very mixed. Some of them are really relieved because, I mean, there are Gazans who are tired of war and this war, but there are Gazans who celebrate the fact that that there is a ceasefire, and also some of them think they won. Some of them think they won the war, frankly. I've seen the celebrations.
The question, David, we know that there is supposed to be some kind of multinational force, perhaps Arab, Muslim multinational force that will ensure security. But ultimately, they have to look on the ground to see if there are enough Gazans who are willing to take on Hamas and take responsibility over Hamas. Is there I won't say, is there at least enough a minority of Gazans in willing to do that and to replace Hamas?
I think there are in Gaza who want to remove Hamas because some of them do understand that Hamas brought the disaster and devastation Strip and not Israel, so they are directing their anger towards the right place and is to blaming Hamas because it functioned as an Iranian proxy, and they understood that Gaza was destroyed for the sake of Iranian money, and they do understand it right now. And of course, there are people who oppose this, and they are still pro-Hamas, especially people who were, receiving money from Hamas, and they were not. I mean, there were a lot of people because Hamas functioning, it controls both the civilian aspect of life and also the everything it goes, money, food, aid, everything.
Now, there's a lot of questions that persist about the next stage of what's going to happen in Gaza in terms of governance, as we've discussed. But I wanted to ask you, because I know you do a lot of work on this, the Islamic Republic of Iran, when it comes to their involvement and the multi-proxy war that we've seen continuing even whilst these negotiations were going on with ballistic missile attacks from the Houthis. I mean, what do you expect to see when it comes to the Islamic Republic? Is this actually over, or are we talking about a temporary ceasefire on one front?
Well, I think everybody understands that the Iranian regime is the head of the snake. And I mean, if we're not dealing with it and the regime is not removed, there's going to be something else in Gaza. Probably they're another proxy or something, because the job is not finished, to be honest. Because once the Iranian terrorist regime continues to function, continues to fund its terror proxies, the war is not over.
Now, before I let you go, I want to ask you, as an Israeli, what does it mean to you to see this ceasefire, to see the potential release of our remaining hostages, even as early as tonight, we're hearing, according to the most recent reports? How does that make you feel? How does that make your colleagues feel? What have you seen from the Israeli public so far, just in the last 24 hours?
Just pure happiness. I mean, I cannot even describe the feeling that in the end of the day, they are coming home. It's over for them. It's over for us. We're going to start healing. We're going to start processing and work on mistakes. And hopefully, we're going to be united as a society. So it's, I see the light in the tunnel. That's how we feel like. It's a pure joy.
And I think for the first time, that's really great to hear from Israel, because it's been such a struggle, as you know, as we all know, throughout the past 2 years, and for these hostages to be returned exactly 2 years to the Hebrew date of when they were kidnapped. It's obviously very, very symbolic. So we are anxiously awaiting updates. The most recent reports that we have are saying that as early as this evening, we could see 20 of the hostages, the living hostages, be returned. Again, we're waiting for final confirmation. but that is what the rumors are, at least in the Arab media that we see so far. We will keep you updated on all of the latest on that front as the information comes in, and hopefully we will be reporting good news very, very shortly. Devo, back to you.
Absolutely. There's definitely conflicting reports, Emily, but I'd actually like to keep you on while we have you at Hostages Square. I couldn't help but notice there's a massive crowd behind you. There's groups of people that keep, passing by and taking a peek. It looks like a massive crowd. Could you talk to us a little bit about what's going on at Hostages Square right now? What's the environment there like?
So since we arrived, as I stated, it hasn't been quite as crazy as last night when there were over 400,000 people who gathered here to celebrate the ceasefire and the announcement that these hostages were returning, something that has been in the hearts of every single Israeli, I think, since October 7th. Itself. It's been tremendous suffering on the ground here in Israel. But since I arrived today, it's been pretty calm, pretty quiet. But with every minute, we see more people gathering in the square. Kind of a nervous anticipation, I think, over the entire environment here in the square. Just a few minutes ago, I saw a young woman playing piano. We saw a group doing a performance. I'm not sure if it was a performance preparing for later or just here in the middle of the day, but we do see definitely a different energy than I personally have ever seen in this square, including when we broadcasted as ILTV here at the release, honestly disgusting ceremonies that Hamas put on of our hostages previously. While people were obviously delighted and thrilled to see the return of our hostages on those days and in those ceremonies, I think here it's almost a sigh of relief as the information comes in, and we're just kind of waiting. We're waiting for the time to pass until we can announce that our hostages are home, that they're safe, that they're getting the necessary treatment that's required after such a long time in imprisonment. And I do want to emphasize that what we've seen these hostages go through, and what the testimonies that we've heard from the returned hostages, such as Eli Sharabi and the torture that he went through, also Idan Alexander, who was released now very famously through the intervention of Steve Witkoff, U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff, and President Trump himself. Idan Alexander, an American-Israeli citizen who was in the IDF, serving in the IDF, was kidnapped for many, many months and was released. But what he's told us about what happened in Gaza and how he was treated obviously has raised tremendous concerns for any of the remaining hostages and their families. Very painful to listen to their experiences of torture, of intentional starvation. And remember that this is happening at the same time that Hamas has been orchestrating an entire disinformation campaign about starvation for the sole purpose of blaming Israel. And this is something that they even, harmed their own people. Kalev, we saw so many reports about starvation, accusing Israel even of intentional starvation of the Gaza Strip by the short-term limitation on aid.
But what we also saw constantly, and this got out, I would say, despite Hamas, is footage of Hamas terrorists trying to take control of aid convoys.
That's right.
All that aid that was going in, even to the point of shooting on Gazan crowds in order to take control that aid conduit, which is why, of course, Israel, the United States, some other bodies tried to set up a kind of alternative aid route into Gaza. I mean, again, the Gazans, the Hamas officials, they all look pretty well fed.
Yeah, they do.
And they were talking that they had stored up food reserves for months to carry on the fight. While you saw people like Eviatar David and the horrific footage of him looking like near starvation. So yes, a deliberate strategy to create both among Gazans this famine. How many times did we hear over the past 2 years there's famine, and then no, there isn't, and then it's been near famine just about every
since
other
day
week,
one.
Since day one, and this has been the strategy, and it'll be good to see what the real picture is in Gaza. Maybe some reporting coming out that Hamas is not controlling, so we really know what was happening on the ground there, in the areas they controlled.
Well, we'll definitely be watching closely for updates about what's happening on the ground inside Gaza. But, you brought up a really good point, Kalev, and that is that, there was starvation occurring for the hostages. And we know that Hamas had been stealing this aid, had been selling it at double and triple the prices, causing their own people to suffer, not because there wasn't food available, but because they were selling it at triple the prices, which the public couldn't afford. But I do think one of the other things that's really been disturbing about this whole war is that the United Nations was really complicit in a lot of this disinformation surrounding famine. I mean, almost from day one, we've seen the United Nations claiming that there's genocide or accusing Israel of genocide, accusing Israel of ethnic cleansing for encouraging civilians to get out of harm's way. And then, of course, the famine myth, the starvation myth, which occurred long before any actual cutoff of aid took place.
Right.
So it isn't logical, and yet we did see time and time again UN officials buying into this and promoting that.
Right, it is one of the unsettled issues of this conflict is what role will some of those discredited agencies like UNRWA have moving forward? Will there be alternatives set up by this new incoming administration that supposedly, we don't know, there's talk Tony Blair may be involved, certainly American officials be involved. Will they be able to create an alternative framework there in Gaza?
I hope
Well,
so.
you know, David, you're still with us. I want to ask you, I know you did a lot of research about the United Nations, their involvement, and of course, UNRWA's involvement. As we know, they did have teachers, they had humanitarian aid workers who took part in October 7th, but also took part in the kidnapping, specifically of Yonatan Samarano, one of the hostages they abducted on video. They abducted his dead body and brought it into Gaza, where it's been held captive since then. What is your take on the UN's involvement from October 7th through today, and could they have any future in Gaza?
Well, I hope not, because they were complicit in the October 7th massacre. They knew exactly what was going on in Gaza before the October 7th and afterwards. They knew exactly what was going on, where the hostages were held. Some of them took part in the kidnapping. And of course, they are familiar with the terrorist activities because they took part in them. And I mean, the whole system should be completely renewed. I mean, it has to be changed, UNRWA especially, because it's not working. They are helping Hamas, and in fact, Hamas relies on them. And do you remember the humanitarian aid? They asked the UN asked the Blue Police to distribute the aid, and what is the Blue Police in Gaza? It's us. So it's not
like
about
the Gaza security forces that are being rolled out now.
Exactly, such as Gaza Health Ministry, because the media likes to cite them as such, but they are Hamas-run health ministry, so it does not make any sense. So the whole system needs to be changed completely.
All right, well, we do have to wrap up, but I'm going to go back to you in the studio, Devo.
Absolutely. Thank you, Emily, so much for your coverage from Hostage Square, as well as Kalev. You guys are really where everything is happening right now. We still don't know exactly when the hostages will be returning to us, but reports are conflicting reports are confirming that it will be either tonight or tomorrow morning. The point being that Hamas is currently interested in releasing the hostages prior to the arrival of American President Donald Trump. But that is unfortunately a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. We know that there are updates coming out consistently, and we'll make sure to update you every time that we get the information coming out of the region. I want to thank our distinguished guests for joining us on this very special broadcast: Ambassador Dani Ayalon, Ben-Dror Yamini, Lieutenant Colonel David Doron Avital, and Fleur Hassan Nahum. Thank you all for joining us. I'm Devo Klein. Thanks for watching, and check back at ILTV for all of the latest news. Take care.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast. After 734 days of war, an agreement has been reached to bring the remaining hostages home and end the war in Gaza. Tears of joy across the nation as hostage families notified their loved ones are expected to be released in the coming days. Israel set to release thousands of terrorists as part of the agreement, including 250 Palestinians serving life sentences. Welcome to ILTV News. Today, after 734 days, an agreement has been reached to secure the release of the remaining hostages in Gaza, just several days after the 2-year anniversary of the October 7th massacre, the largest slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. While nothing can erase the horrific memory etched in the minds of every Israeli and Jew from that day, the entire country now waits with bated breath to see the return of our hostages, 48 of which are still in Gaza. The deal has been met with overwhelming support from Israelis and the families of hostages, with tears of joy across the nation, which has faced unbearable heartbreak for the past 2 years. The agreement for the first phase, signed today, will see the return of all living and deceased hostages in the next few days, as well as a gradual partial withdrawal of IDF forces from Gaza. In addition, 2,000 Palestinian terrorists will be released in exchange, and 250 terrorists serving life sentences, once again reflecting the painful cost Israel is forced to bear simply for rescuing our hostages. From all of us at ILTV on this historic day, may our hostages be brought back safely and swiftly, and may the memories of all those who were so savagely slain be blessed, along with the more than 900 courageous IDF soldiers who fought for their freedom. And now U.S. President Donald Trump announced on Truth Social that Israel and Hamas have agreed on the first phase of his Gaza plan, which will secure the release of all the hostages and begin Israel's withdrawal from Gaza. Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu spoke after the announcement, congratulating each other on what was described as a historic achievement. We have more from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
The Trump deal was announced 2 years and 1 day after the October 7, 2023 Hamas massacre. There are 48 hostages being held by Hamas. 20 are believed to be alive, and the rest were taken to Gaza already dead or were killed while in captivity. Trump said the release is expected to begin Monday. Ahead of the announcement, President Trump speculated that a deal was very close.
I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East, it's a beautiful phrase, and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week. Maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see, but there's a very good chance.
Hamas representatives in Sharm confirmed the agreement, saying it will end the war, ensure Israel's withdrawal, allow humanitarian aid, and free Palestinian prisoners. The agreement will see the release of nearly 2,000 Palestinian security prisoners. They include 1,700 detained since October 7th, plus 250 serving life sentences. The names of the Palestinian prisoners to be released remain subject to finalization. Qatari mediators in Sharm el-Sheikh say all implementation mechanisms have been agreed upon. The formal signing is scheduled today in Egypt, with the major issues having been resolved and only procedural details remaining. Netanyahu and Trump spoke shortly after the president announced the deal on Thursday. A press release from the Prime Minister's office said the two held a very emotional and warm conversation, congratulating each other on the historic achievement of signing the agreement for the release of all of the hostages. The Prime Minister thanked President Trump for all of his efforts and for his global leadership, and President Trump congratulated the Prime Minister for his determined leadership and the actions he led. Israeli officials are now preparing for a visit by President Trump on Sunday. He will reportedly address the Knesset.
Well, joining us on this historic day to discuss the hostage deal and the ceasefire is our expert panel today. Ambassador Danny Ayalon, former Israeli ambassador to the UN and the founder of the IDSF, Brigadier General Amir Avivi. Welcome to both of you, and thank you for being with us on this day. Ambassador Ayalon, I want to start with you. Obviously, a major step forward. What does this mean for the nation today, and do you expect us to see this deal fully implemented?
Well, we certainly hope so. I think all the main protagonists are very much invested in it. First of all, of course, is President Trump, who is scheduled to be here. So I don't think anyone would dare not fulfilling their duty according to the agreement that was signed. I think this is a major coup to American diplomacy and American leadership, and this should bring back American leadership worldwide, not only here. And I think it's also very symbolic that the deliverance of our hostages will be on Sukkot, as they will be gathered under the Sukkot, as the Bible talks about. But basically what you see is a combination of two major elements. One, of course, is the increased military pressure. And I'm sure General Avivi can speak more about it, which was stepped up in Gaza City itself. And the second thing is the political pressure of all the main backers of Hamas. I think now the challenge would be to enforce the agreement, namely to make sure that Gaza is demilitarized, that Hamas does not have any foothold in Gaza, not political and not military, and pretty much also to de-radicalize Gaza and also the Palestinian Authority. This is something which is a must if we want to ever have here a lasting peace, according to the vision of President Trump. And one last point is that maybe this will now lead the way to a bigger vision of the region, with normalization between Israel, Saudi Arabia, and even beyond.
Amir, I want to ask you in terms of security. Obviously, not everything is finalized yet in terms of next steps, but already we see that the IDF is expected to withdraw. I believe it was reported an estimated 70% of Gaza if fully implemented. How risky is what Israel's conceding on this agreement in terms of our security here in Israel?
When Hamas agreed to give up all the hostages, it's pretty much agreeing to unconditional surrender. They have no way to defending themselves anymore. The only thing that stopped us from taking over all the Gaza Strip was the fact that we didn't want to endanger the hostages. And I think that definitely the IDF can make sure that Gaza will be demilitarized, that the Hamas will lay down their weapons and get out of Gaza. That's the only viable option they have. And I think that the IDF is perfectly capable to defend Israel along the lines it withdrew at the moment. We have to remember there will be no other withdrawal without demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, without Hamas laying down their weapons and stepping down as a governmental and military entity in the Gaza Strip. And it will be interesting to see the dynamics within the Gazan society, because we have seen quite a lot of fighting between Gazan militias and Hamas with the assistance of Israel. Israel has deployed different clans in different parts of Gaza, in Rafah, in Khan Yunis, in the north of Gaza. This is part of the reason why Hamas and Qatar and other countries understood that this is pretty much game over and Hamas is on the verge of collapse.
I'm going to ask our panel just to stay with us for a few minutes. We will be back for more analysis in just a few minutes. But for now, we're going to move on to the next story. In the meantime, let's take a look at the political situation in Israel as the state prepares for the return of these hostages, as well as the release of Palestinian terrorists in exchange. After 2 long years of war, the people of Israel are finally breathing a sigh of relief. At Tel Aviv's Hostage Square, emotions are, of course, running high. Families of captives and former hostages are celebrating the agreement between Israel and Hamas, a deal that promises to bring home all the hostages, living and deceased. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman is on the ground.
I'm here in Hostage Square where it rained earlier today. Tears of joy, people are calling them. In Israel, rain is seen as a blessing, and that is certainly the sentiment here at Hostage Square. After more than 730 days, families are beginning to believe that their loved ones really will come home. Former hostages and their families flooded the square after news broke of the historic ceasefire and hostage deal, the first phase of U.S. President Donald Trump's 20-point plan for Gaza. The agreement, reached in Egypt, is expected to bring home the remaining living hostages on Monday, followed by the return of those who were killed in captivity. The atmosphere was electric, dancing, singing, tears, and prayers, all under the Tel Aviv sky.
תודה לעם ישראל, תודה לחיילי צבא ההגנה לישראל, תודה לנשיא טראמפ, תודה לכל מי שעזר להחזיר את הילד שלי ואת כל החטופים והחטופה הביתה.
Nearby, former hostages joined the celebration, living symbols of resilience and survival.
עד שזה לא קורה, זה לא קורה. השם מחבק את אמא שלך, השם מחבק את אבא שלך, עד שאתה לא עובר לחיילים שמקבלים אותך באהבה ובשמחה.
Shem Tov, who was released months earlier, said he could hardly find the words to describe what this moment means, calling it simply the most in the world. Music played and flags waved. People shouted praise for President Trump. It was a day of surreal images, marking a surreal moment, the possible end of one of Israel's darkest chapters. Even as Hamas claims it cannot locate 9 of the captives, international rescue teams are expected to assist in the coming days. From Hostage Square in Tel Aviv, where tears, rain, and relief have all fallen today, I'm Ayan Hoffman. Back to you.
Questions now are growing over Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's ability to hold his coalition together as he pushes a U.S.-backed ceasefire and hostage release deal. His political future and the stability of Israel's government could hinge on whether he can secure long-term cabinet support for the plan. Meanwhile, President Donald Trump has been invited to Israel and plans to deliver a speech at the Israeli Knesset, adding even more attention to this critical moment. Our correspondent, India Naftali, is joining us from outside the Knesset. India, what can you tell us?
Well, good afternoon, Emily. In just about an hour and a half, the Knesset is going to vote on the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire plan. Now, it's not a question of whether or not it will pass. It is expected to pass in the Knesset, but it will not pass without opposition. There are two major key members of Netanyahu's coalition that are actively opposing the vote, and that is because of questions of the hostage release. Of course, with every hostage release, the Knesset has to approve, and thereafter there's a period of petition that will go to the High Court of Justice, and then only then there will be a approval and release of prisoners. Now, with that, we don't know the future, because if Ben-Gvir decides to walk, if Smotrich decides to walk, as they have threatened to in the past over ceasefire deals that they were not happy with, the government would collapse and Netanyahu would be left without a government and throwing Israel into early elections. Now, this would be extremely disappointing for President Donald Trump, who has given everything to this deal. And we are hoping and expecting that Netanyahu can play this right so that he can maintain his strength and support in the Knesset. Even his opponents, the leaders of the opposing opposition, Yair Lapid and Benny Gantz, are now said they will support the government, and we are just waiting to see this evening at 6 o'clock. We will probably see that there is a approval that the ceasefire plan was ratified, but we will have to wait and see. Will Ben-Gvir, will ministers like Smotrich walk and leave the government in collapse? And now we are also expecting President Trump to be at the Knesset, which is right behind me. President Trump is
said he is willing to speak at the Knesset if they want him to, and it looks like that is the case, and that he will be coming here and that he will be speaking at the Knesset very soon. Emily.
Well, we'll definitely have more updates about the political situation in Israel, but it's good to hear that there will be at least enough support to ensure that this deal does indeed pass. Thank you, India. On October 16th, ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with our own powerful 90-minute broadcast. This special event will share survivor testimony, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Scan the QR code now and sign up to be part of this meaningful program. Well, now I want to take us back to our panel to analyze some of the latest. We have Brigadier General Amir Avivi with us, as well as Ambassador Danny Ayalon. Thank you for staying with us. Amir, I want to ask you, let me start with you. There's a lot of elation over the imminent return of the hostages, but this deal means the release of 250 convicted murderers, in addition to 2,000 terrorists arrested post-October 7th. How dangerous is this for Israel's future?
Well, obviously, it's very dangerous because it can rebuild the leadership of Hamas. And the way to deal with it is first make sure that they don't stay in Judean Samaria or in Gaza, but somewhere else. And also clarify that any attempt of any of them to go back to terrorism will be met with an Israeli response and targeting of terrorists. We cannot allow our reality, as we saw when we released 1,000 terrorists in the Shalit deal, among them also Sinwar, and let them build for years and years terror infrastructure, and which brought us to the reality that we are fighting this infrastructure for 2 years, and we see how really powerful they build this. So we'll have to be very, very proactive and make sure they cannot rebuild themselves again, just as we're doing in Lebanon, in Syria, and in Yemen, in other places.
Now, Ambassador Ayalon, what does this ceasefire mean for the region as a whole? Are we welcoming in a new era of regional peace, as President Trump implies, or is it too soon to say that?
I guess it's too soon, yet to be seen. But in any case, this was a necessary step forward. Without it, we couldn't even think of a progress. Now, whether it was a sufficient condition to overcome or not remains to be seen. I think that the interest of the region and the individual interest of the countries here is the same. The Saudis, the Bahrain, or the Emirates, certainly Egypt and Jordan, share the same interest with Israel to actually keep Iran at bay, not allow Iran to threaten us all, and we are only halfway in the dismantling of the Iran illegal nuclear capabilities. But I believe that this is a strong enough interest to bring together the moderate Arab countries, the Sunni Arab countries, with Israel. And of course, always there are those who can scuttle, those who can really try to fail the region and take it towards the radical, whether it's Qatar, whether it's Turkey, although they were very instrumental this time. But just as they persuaded Hamas to give in, they can do the other way. So we still have to be very watchful. And I believe that the American involvement and overseeing also is important to endure, for it to endure.
Now, Amir, what are the military achievements that we've seen from the IDF in Gaza that helped pave the path for this agreement to be reached? Is it enough? I mean, I'm not sure if you've seen it yet, but we've already seen footage from Gaza of civilians chanting in celebration, not just of a ceasefire, but actually chanting Khaybar, Khaybar, Ya Yehud, the people of Gaza will return, which is a clear call to genocide, referencing, of course, the massacre historically of the Jews in Khaybar by the army of Mohammed. Have the lessons been learned here?
Well, they're not going to change their culture so fast, and we'll see if there will be a de-radicalization of the society. But the achievements are very clear. The IDF conquered fully 80% of the Gaza Strip and dismantled all the terror infrastructure, also moving the Gazans to the humanitarian zone. Today, the Gazan society is in an area which consists 15% of the Gaza Strip, and the Gaza Strip is small. 80% is controlled by the IDF. The Gaza City has been emptied and they moved to the humanitarian zone. And because they booby-trapped everything, because everything is connected to tunnels, almost all the infrastructure of Gaza has been leveled down to deal with this terror infrastructure. And it will take decades, if at all, to rebuild this again. So I don't see what exactly they're celebrating. In these areas the IDF controls, we managed to create some local governance of clans that oppose Hamas and are already managing different areas. And even in the area that Hamas still controls, in this 15%, you have militias fighting Hamas alongside Israel. So I think that this reality really brought Hamas, Qatar, Turkey to the understanding that Hamas is not going to be able to govern anymore. They're going to be eradicated, and they better surrender now and give up and get out of Gaza. And the challenge is now to implement it. First, get the hostages, and then start the process of demilitarization of the Gaza Strip, and it will take time. There is still a lot of work to do, a lot of tunnels to dismantle, and other capabilities. I think that at the end, Hamas won't be in Gaza, and we'll see a new reality. I believe also that many Gazans, once now they open the border with Egypt, will get out and seek a different life. At least half of the Gazans would like to emigrate from the Gaza Strip.
All right, at the risk of sounding pessimistic, we saw this deal made ultimately as a result of Turkey, Egypt, and Qatar applying tremendous pressure to Hamas. I want to ask you, Ambassador, I have just under a minute. Why wasn't this done 734 days ago?
Well, I think for two reasons. First of all, I think Hamas was not ready for it. Hamas thought that it had the upper hand, especially when it came to the PR war, as they were actually cheating and deceiving, supposedly showing the entire world the starvation and everything like that. So they felt that Israel was isolated, and this is why they didn't want to negotiate. Their card was the hostages, and they were not willing to give it up or not to give it entirely up. I think now, when Israel is just stepping on their throat, and on the other hand, they have all their allies, Qatar namely, and Turkey, understanding that they should please the United States and get something out of it. I hope not on the expense of Israel's security, but I think these two I would say, factors brought about the Hamas concession.
All right, we do need to wrap that up, but a big thank you to Brigadier General Amir Avivi and also Ambassador Danny Ayalon for your insights on this historic day.
On October 7, I was here at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma. And I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies and partly rainy showers are expected around most of the country tonight, with a drop in temperatures reaching lows of 19 degrees Celsius or 67 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies and steady temperatures, seeing highs of 27 degrees Celsius or 81 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. You can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. Israeli and Hamas negotiators in Sharm el-Sheikh try to finalize details of the Gaza peace plan in mediated talks. President Trump says the negotiations are proceeding rapidly and expresses optimism that the first phase of the deal, which sees the freeing of all 48 Israeli hostages for a partial IDF withdrawal from Gaza and release of Palestinian security prisoners, will be completed soon. Israeli forces halted their advance into Gaza City and assumed defensive positions as truce talks got underway. But the IDF says it will continue to act against any threats, launching several airstrikes at targets in Gaza in response to attacks directed against its troops and the launching of rockets at Israeli communities. The Houthis continue to fire missiles and drones from Yemen against targets in Israel, all of which are intercepted by air defense systems. The Eilat municipality installs 10 bomb shelters on the city's beaches and sports fields in response to last month's deadly Houthi drone strike on the Red Sea resort. IDF forces from the Ephraim, Yehuda, and Binyamin brigades carry out operations across Judea and Samaria, arresting 8 wanted terrorists and confiscating weapons and incitement materials in sweeps through several villages and Jenin and Tulkarem. In Hebron, troops carry out the demolition of the home of the terrorist who killed 7 people at the Jaffa light rail station a year ago. The IDF eliminates 3 Hezbollah terrorists in separate strikes in South Lebanon. One of those targets, Mahmoud Ali Issa, was responsible for taking over homes in border area villages to use to store weapons and serve as surveillance outposts. And now our big story. As Israel marks 2 years since the October 7th attack, it anxiously awaits the results of negotiations in Egypt to determine whether a deal has or has not been reached that will see the release of all 48 remaining hostages and a halt to the fighting in Gaza. Well, that part of the agreement is clear, but it's the details of what comes later that remain murky and critical. Will Hamas really disarm? And if so, who will carry out and monitor that decommissioning of its weapons? Who will really govern Gaza after the IDF withdraws? And even more crucially, what kind of security arrangements and guarantees will be in place to ensure that another October 7th or anything close to it never happens again? All of this will require fateful decisions on the part of the Israeli government, especially Prime Minister Netanyahu. Here's what he had to say about the deal.
But I think first you have to finish the job. You have to finish the Gaza war, which I hope to do very soon, with President Trump's help. Let's get it over with. But we can't get it over with and leave Hamas there in power, aiming, its rockets at us. That's not getting it over with. Getting it over with get all our hostages out, which is still before us. We haven't yet done it, and I hope we do, but it's not yet done. And then also get Hamas out of power in Gaza. Make sure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel or to the peace of the region and the world.
Well, joining us now for more is the former chief of staff for Prime Minister Netanyahu, Ari Harrow, who is also author of the book about that time titled my brother's keeper, Netanyahu Obama, in the year of terror and conflict that changed the Middle East forever. Ari Harrow, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. Well, before we look ahead or even look at what's happening now, let's just try to understand and help us understand how we got to this point. Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision to accept this deal, move ahead with this deal, and enter into these sort of final negotiations with Hamas.
I think there's many considerations that come into play when you talk about a prime minister and the decisions that he has to make, and together with him, the security cabinet and then the larger government. Obviously, there is the wear and tear on our military that has been in constant battle for 2 years and 1 day now. And when you add to that the psychological and emotional weight that all Israelis have been carrying around for this period with the hostages in Gaza, I think that there was a readiness from a psychological perspective and from a national perspective to try and bring this to a close. Now, marry that with the tremendous security success that we've had post-October 7th with regard to Hezbollah in Lebanon, with the change of regime in Syria, the Iranian nuclear facilities, and so on and so forth. And I think that the damage that we have done in Gaza is so significant that it would be very hard to look at it as anything but tremendous Israeli success. And I think it's reached the point where the Prime Minister and the government recognize that in order to secure the 3 points that the Israeli government demanded, that they're going to have to go ahead with this deal. Those 3 points, number one was the return of all the hostages, all 48 of them. Number two was complete removal of Hamas from any position of power or governance. And number three was the demilitarization of Gaza. All three of those components seem to be in the deal as we know it today. And I, quite frankly, don't believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu or this government would move ahead without those three very crucial components.
Right. Well, we'll break down some of those points. The latter 2 points are more in the future. Right now, we're looking at the immediate deal, the release, the first stage, release of 48 hostages, partial Israeli withdrawal of Gaza, still reportedly under discussion, and the release of Palestinian security prisoners. This has happened in the past, but it's going to be very difficult this time. We know Hamas is demanding the release of some of the worst murderers, even some of the Nukhba terrorists, even the body of Yahya Sinwar, reportedly, they're asking for. This would be difficult. Now, you've written, in fact, in your book about the consequences of the Gilad Shalit deal and rearresting some of those terrorists later on. So just talk about even just the challenge of that going forward in order to, of course, get back to 48 hostages.
For sure. I mean, it's a dilemma that the state of Israel has dealt with really from our inception until today. It's interesting, and it's something that I note in the book and is well known, how Prime Minister Netanyahu really was the father of not negotiating with terrorists.
And he said that position many times.
And it's something that has come up many times throughout the years. And I can tell you, taking you back to the Gilad Shalit debate within the Prime Minister's office, the most stringent opponent to any type of release was really Minister Ron Dermer, who felt very strongly that you cannot release these murderers if you want to avoid future kidnappings. Having said that, there are moments where a prime minister and where a government has to make very difficult decisions. You know, one of the things that is so difficult about leading any country is you're in a constant dance between urgent and important. And there are times where the two sort of merge, and you're faced with challenges that bring you to a decision point that you may not love, but you understand that there's broader strategic value involved in it. And I think that that is this type of moment that we're facing today.
Right. Now, you talked about the other key points for Israel, the decommissioning of weapons, of course, and setting up some kind of post-Hamas governance. Of course, there are those who are skeptical that Hamas will carry that through. There are some that even say Prime Minister Netanyahu strategically is thinking that that won't happen and that eventually Israel will have to go in and have the freedom to do the job. I mean, what's your thinking about it? Again, in your book, you talk about the prime minister as a strategic thinker, formed by his years in the army, his time with Sayeret Matkal, the elite unit. So tell us about how you think he's looking at that future, those future challenges to Israel in this deal.
Well, I think from that perspective, we have a glimpse of what we're going to face, the potential challenge that we're going to face, just by looking towards the north, looking towards Lebanon. When we reached the ceasefire agreement with Lebanon, with Hezbollah, the fear amongst Israelis, rightfully so, was that it would be more of the same, that we would go back to the policies of talking tough but taking little action. And I think that this government and the IDF made it very clear on day one that we are not going to allow that type of threat to rebuild itself on Israel's northern border. That same test is going to face this leadership and the leadership of Israel for years to come. If we are reluctant, if we're hesitant in attacking Hamas as they try to rebuild, because there's no question that they're going to. This is not a peace agreement similar to, say, Sadat and Begin, where the Egyptians, changed colors. This is an agreement where you have a terrorist organization recognized as such by the international community who hasn't changed their charter to destroy the state of Israel and kill as many Jews as they can, not only in Israel, but globally. And they're going to continue to do that. The challenge that we're going to face and the test for our leadership is, are we going to make sure that they don't rebuild? And that we'll have to wait and see.
Right. Now, some of the key players that may be involved there, certainly countries like Egypt, the Gulf states, but also Qatar and Turkey, who have been involved in the negotiating process, are reportedly and representatives in Sharm el-Sheikh pressuring Hamas. But the involvement of those countries, in particular Qatar and its relationship with Israel, and the way it's been handled by Prime Minister Netanyahu and some members of his office, has been called to question. How do you see about how Israel is going to have to deal with Qatar moving forward as it deals with changing the situation on the ground in Gaza?
So I think that the burden of proof here really is on Qatar just as much, if not more, than it is on Israel. Qatar poses a challenge to Israel and to the West, not because of their military capabilities, but because of the financing that they provide, not only to Hamas, but through Al Jazeera, to really anti-Western media and anti-Western action around the world. We see it on college campuses in the United States, and we see it through many other channels. The big question is going to be, is Qatar really turning towards the United States? Obviously, there are other regional challenges that Qatar faces vis-a-vis Iran and some other challenges that the U.S. is involved in the region. And that really, to me, is the big question. Is Qatar siding with the United States, or is this a continuation of the relationship that they've had with the United States, which was very positive, but they continued to, support and fund terrorism around the world? I think that we saw a glimpse of what could be just yesterday with Al Jazeera in one of their programs actually calling on Hamas to disarm in Gaza. It was done in their language, on their channel. Now, is that a sign of changing times, or is that just a temporary blip on the radar that is basically trying to fool us into, concessions?
Right. And keeping an eye, the focus on the region, you mentioned, of course, some of the considerations leading Prime Minister Netanyahu to make this decision, to go for this deal. Of course, above, first and foremost, the hostages and concern about the Israeli soldiers and society. But there is beyond that, and it's not written in the agreement, the promise of extending Israel's alliances across the Middle East, extending the Abraham Accords. Of course, that's something that President Trump speaks so forcefully about. Prime Minister Netanyahu, understandably, has to be somewhat circumspect. But what's your view of how that much plays in his thinking, and what are the realistic prospects of that?
So I think there's really a fascinating juxtaposition that we've seen over the last few weeks. Just a few weeks ago at the UN, the European leaders and the European countries all came out in support of a Palestinian state against the wishes of Israel and against the wishes of the United States. And here we are, just a few days after that, watching all of these Gulf countries and Muslim countries around the world side with the United States and Israel in an agreement in pressuring Hamas. And I don't think that that is by accident. I think that there is a real move amongst the powers in the region to build closer ties and open diplomatic channels with the state of Israel. They see the benefits, definitely as long as Trump is in office. Some of the players that signed onto that agreement, like Indonesia, are nowhere near our region, but they understand the value of having this type of relationship with Israel. And it is shifting sands in the region, and I hope that we can take advantage of that.
And finally, you subtitled your book, referring to your time in the Prime Minister's, a year of security, a year that changed, of conflict that changed Israel. Certainly, this has been, these past 2 years, has been that. So I just want to get briefly your feeling now as we mark the October 7th anniversary on its second year and potentially a light at the end of the tunnel there.
So, I mean, together with all Israelis, on the morning of October 7th, I woke up to the sirens and I woke up to the sounds, and I have children who were serving in the military and who were called in. And it is a moment that anyone living in Israel, and probably any Jew around the world and any peace-loving individual around the world, will remember and really seared in our memory. It was a devastating few days and something that hasn't changed over the last couple of years from that perspective. But I do think that if you look at the strategic balance, tremendous opportunities were grasped, and I think that we're in a much better position from a security and geopolitical perspective today than we were on October 6th. As I mentioned earlier, Lebanon is dealing to a certain degree with Hezbollah after we dealt with them militarily. The potential of peace with Lebanon exists. The Prime Minister mentioned it at the United Nations. Syria has changed their regime, and there's talk of us signing some type of defense pact with Syria, and so on and so forth. We see the changes throughout the region. There's an old Jewish saying that, from tragedy comes triumph. And I do think that the opportunity is there. If there's one thing that we can learn from the hostages, the terrible situation with the hostages, is that our unity, something that brought us all together, is something that we need to continue to strive for in the months and years ahead.
Well, let's hope so, certainly. Ari Harrow, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Last month saw some big news for the world of Israeli security technology. The defense industry company Rafael announced that its Iron Beam laser-based air defense system had passed its final operational tests and was ready to be deployed. And not a moment too soon. Just days after that, a low-flying drone launched by Yemen's Houthi rebels managed to evade Israel's existing air defense systems, including the Iron Dome, and struck downtown Eilat, killing 1 and wounding 20 in that Red Sea resort. But is Iron Dome the answer to that kind of threat? And if so, when can we expect to start it really being tested in the field? Well, joining us for more on that is Reserves IDF Brigadier General Israel Relic Shafir. He's the former commander of the Tel Nof Air Force Base. And Relic, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. First of all, let me ask you, Iron Beam, where does it fit in the existing systems already deployed of Israel's air defense network, David Sling, the Arrow, and Iron Dome?
It is quite parallel to the Iron Dome. Maybe at this time, not as effective as far as range is concerned. And we will have to see whether it can go through bad weather, because the laser is very sensitive to weather, and especially humidity. The laser itself gets diffused through very humid air. But this particular one, maybe it won't be as effective as the Iron Dome itself, but it is a lot less costly. The missiles are about $100,000 a piece, whereas the laser is just electricity with a couple of dollars per shot. So price-wise, it allows for deployment of a lot more systems. It's almost automatic, so it doesn't take too many people to man and exchange missiles, etc. The logistics around it are a lot simpler. And the next levels will be more powerful and be able to reach a greater distance, and of course for a much lower cost. So these are the two elements that are in there. It's not I would say, a strategic change. It's more of an economic change.
Well, let me ask you, though, but let me ask you about that, because one area, it does seem the Iron Dome has been challenged by these very slow-moving, low-flying drones. For example, the one that struck a lot. Would Iron Beam prove a more effective method in trying to deter that kind of threat?
Okay, there are two elements that need to be taken into account. First of all is discovering by radar where the target is. As far as that's concerned, if you can't see it, you can't shoot it either way. So that's one element that there'll be no change at this particular time. And the other one is the hit ratio. The Iron Dome looks for heat emanating from the drone itself, which is pretty low. So it may have, you may need 2 missiles per target, whereas the laser just has to see the target itself and dwell in it for several hundreds of a second in order to destroy it. So unfortunately, there's no great improvement there in that area.
Right. And briefly, how soon could we expect it to be deployed? The mayor of Eilat was already talking about trying to get it into the city even in the coming weeks.
Well, you know, because it's new and it I would say, invigorates the imagination of having a laser gun, so to speak. But as far as effectivity against those drones is concerned, we're not going to see a big change, so it doesn't really matter whether it's deployed sooner or later. I guess the end of the war in Gaza, when there's a ceasefire, then we will seeing those drones and missiles, and we will have to wait for a better radar system to catch the or to lock onto the drone. Right. And to a larger scale laser to shoot it down.
All right, hopefully that will becoming sometime down the line soon. Relic Shafir, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
My pleasure.
And now a final word. It's the country that occupied Gaza for decades, stifled any dreams of Palestinian independence there, and eventually left the Strip impoverished and broken after years of misrule. And no, I am not talking about Israel, whose pullout from Gaza in 2005 left it as a self-governing entity with a functioning port, airport, and some real economic opportunities, all of which were wasted by a corrupt Palestinian Authority and a belligerent Hamas. Here we're talking about Egypt. Now, Gaza may be getting a second chance, and for it to eventually fulfill President Trump's vision of its future as a peaceful and prosperous home for some 2 million residents, it will need plenty of outside help. And no nation besides Israel has a bigger stake in securing Gaza's future and a bigger obligation to make that happen than Egypt. From 1948 to 1967, Egypt exploited Gaza by cynically using it as little more than a forward position in its ongoing aggression against Israel, keeping the population there as permanent refugees and stoking their hostility against the Jewish state. After losing the territory in the Six-Day War, Egypt washed its hands of Gaza, doing little to help resolve its unsettled status and alleviate its dire conditions. Even after signing the Camp David Accords with Israel, and even as Israel battled in Gaza against the Islamist brethren of Egypt's own Muslim Brotherhood, Cairo's lax and corrupt supervision of the Sinai border enabled a steady stream of weapons to those same terrorist entities. For the Gaza peace agreement now being finalized to work, an international force of Arab and Muslim states must help in the interim to secure Gaza, oversee the decommissioning of Hamas's arsenal, and train a Palestinian security force capable of maintaining order within the Strip and halting any future aggression against Israel. The major role in that effort will have to be played by Egypt, the only country besides Israel sharing a border with Gaza, and the only one with practical security experience in dealing with its terror groups. But that would require a more serious commitment from the Cairo government that it has shown to date in changing the situation in Gaza, rather than simply containing it out of pure self-interest. Egypt, which has gotten tens of billions of dollars of American funding over the years, as the second biggest annual recipient of U.S. foreign aid, owes it to Washington now to step up and help President Trump fulfill his dream of a new Gaza and a new Middle East. Egypt also owes it to Israel to now help neutralize the Gaza threat that it has not only done little to prevent over the years, but has had a significant role in bringing about in the first place. And most of all, Egypt has a debt to help the people of Gaza build toward a better future after having squandered the opportunity to do so during its 19 years of exploitative rule there and its negligent attitude since. It's time for Egypt to finally play a constructive role in the future of Gaza for the international community, and especially the U.S. must now ensure that it does just that. Thank you for joining ILTV Security Brief.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
On October 7, I was here, at the Nova Music Festival. I ran for my life, hid for 7 hours. Terrorists shot me twice. Thankfully, I survived. I'm still dealing with trauma, and I'm not alone. 3 million Israelis are in trauma. They need mental health care or physical rehabilitation. Wounded soldiers, families, and scared children.
Since 1912, Hadassah has been a life-changing force in Israel. Today, Hadassah has 2 world-renowned hospitals, pioneers breakthrough medical research, cares for youth, and has built the much-needed and largest rehabilitation facility in Jerusalem.
Thank you to everyone at Hadassah Hospitals. You've been helping me, and so many others. And a special thanks to one nurse, my mom. I love you.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב, משה.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew.
The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
איזה מספר שמת אותו, אתה זוכר?
רגע, אנחנו מתחילים עוד שנייה.
בסדר, צריך להיות בצד השני המיקרופון, מה לעשות, דוברת אליו. יעוף מייק אחר כך.
We are on the cusp of an historic 24 hours. What began on October 7th, over 2 years ago, a day on which Hamas terrorists massacred over 1,200 people and kidnapped over 250 people, is now set to come to a close. 48 remaining hostages are to be released, around 20 who are still alive. And this could happen at any moment. The atmosphere in Israel is one of anticipation and cautious optimism, but optimism after 2 years of war. All this thanks to U.S. President Donald Trump and his 20-point peace plan, which was formulated and brought to fruition with the help of U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, as well as with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Arab allies. All of Israel is holding its breath for the release of the hostages, and here at ILTV, we will provide rolling coverage of the release, as well as U.S. President Trump's historic visit to Israel tomorrow, where he will address the Israeli Knesset. Special panel are on Zoom Brigadier General Amir Avivi, founder and head of the Israel Defense and Securities Forum, and in the studio, Ambassador Mark Regev, former Israeli ambassador to the United Kingdom. And at Hostages Square, we have ILTV's Emily Schrader. So let's start with Mark. You're in the studio here with me. You know, we're currently in the midst of a 72-hour period of ceasefire. The hostages are set to be released at any time. Up until tomorrow is the hard deadline that all the hostages are supposed to be released. What does this ceasefire mean now for the region, the release of the hostages? You know, what does all of this mean? Do you think we are beginning a new era here in the Middle East?
It's ultimately a positive development, but to say a new era, time will tell. Now, the deal, as you know, the Trump package is front-loaded. In other words, we get our hostages out at the very beginning. And even now, Hamas, as in previous prisoner releases, hostage releases, I should say, is flexing muscles. They're not going. I heard on Arab media just a moment ago that they're saying only if we release certain key people will they agree to release the hostages, something Israel has not committed to and is not in the agreement. But let's presume everything goes as it should, and in the period they release the hostages as they should, and then other things have to happen. And stage 2 of this deal is still wide open, and that's why President Trump, after he speaks tomorrow at the Knesset here in Jerusalem, will be going to Egypt, to Sharm el-Sheikh, to meet with the Arab leaders and other Western leaders to discuss the rebuilding and what will be in Gaza on the day after.
And Brigadier General Amir Avivi, we have you on Zoom. You know, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said that Israel has, its stated war goals, the release of the hostages and disarming Hamas, and essentially the elimination of Hamas from the Gaza Strip. Can we say now that Israel has achieved or is about to achieve these war goals?
Well, I think that, when I look at the agreement, I think it is historical in many, many ways. And when I was watching, the dynamics in Washington, it took me back many years ago to the Yalta Convention in February 1945. At that time, although there was not still a decisive win, it was obvious for the Allies that the Germans, the Nazis, lost the war. And they convened in Yalta to discuss two things. What is Germany the day after, how they are going to divide Germany, and what will be the new world order. And I think that exactly the same happened in Washington. There was a realization that basically Hamas lost. It's just a matter of a few months until it will be eradicated. And at this stage, the Arab countries, Qatar, Turkey, other countries said, okay, we understand where this is going. This is time to have a deal. And two things were discussed. Of course, the hostages, but in the long term, what is Gaza the day after and how it's going to be divided, and it is going to be in a way divided. Because there are areas in Gaza, for example, that Israel will stay forever, according to the agreement. And what is the new world order? This regional global peace agreement, this alliance, Western Israeli Moderate Sunni alliance, that will extend all the way to Indonesia. So yes, this is something historic. And step is the release of the hostages, but there is much more afterwards. And the deal gives Israel everything Israel wanted. All the points that were decided upon in the Israeli cabinet are included in the deal. The issue is to make it happen, to really get Hamas to lay down their weapons, to really make sure that Gaza is disarmed, to really bring, a different kind of technocratical government that will manage Gaza the day after, with an oversight of the U.S. There are many, many challenges ahead, but we reached an agreement that really enables Israel to reach all goals of war, and this is a big deal.
You mentioned the disarming of Hamas. Will Hamas really disarm, and can Israel trust sort of this international coalition of countries that include countries like Qatar, countries like Turkey? Can Israel trust them to actually demilitarize the Gaza Strip? I mean, these are countries that openly support Hamas.
Well, I'm not sure they can really do that. I think that this is mainly the job of the IDF. It was interesting to see today the statement of the Minister of Defense that mentioned the fact that it's the IDF that is going to destroy all the tunnels in the Gaza Strip. And he's not talking about the tunnels in the areas that already the IDF controlled. The 75% we conquered in Merkavot Gidon stage 1. He's really talking about those tunnels that are in Gaza City, in the central camps. In other places, we haven't really maneuvered and destroyed the tunnels. So it looks like the intention of Israel is to be completely involved and lead this process in coordination with the U.S. We know that this week there was a meeting between CENTCOM and the leadership of the IDF. I think that America and Israel have many plans ahead that they're not sharing at the moment with the general public, mainly for one reason. We want to first see our hostages coming back. This is the first stage. We don't want to talk about things that are going to happen later and maybe affect the deal at this stage. But I think there is a resolution on the American-Israeli side to really manage and demilitarize the Gaza Strip. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but at least it's definitely easier now that the hostages will be released and we will be able to operate more freely as long as we have American backup.
All right, and Ambassador Regev, I want to turn to you because, this is coming together now after 2 years of war. Maybe you could explain a little bit sort of the diplomatic process, the pressures internationally and here inside of Israel that sort of paved the way for this deal to finally happen now, 2 years into this war.
Well, as my friend Vivi said, it's a matter of together a combination of diplomatic pressure and, of course, the military pressure, without which none of this would have happened in the first place. Let's be clear, Israel expressed war goals at the very beginning. We said all hostages back. We said Hamas has to be disarmed and removed from governing Gaza, and Gaza has to be demilitarized. And theoretically, all of that is in this deal. Now, what is my fear? My fear is that Hamas has a game plan, and that game plan is to be like Hezbollah in Lebanon, or how they used to be before we took care of them. In other words, that Hamas will remain the power behind the scenes, the people with the guns, and they'll really run the show, though not officially in charge of Gaza anymore. That's clearly what they want to do. And the proof is still in the pudding. I mean, according to Israeli understandings of the deal, that's not going to happen. But they'll try to do it, and it'll be very interesting to see. And once again, Vivi is right. We don't want to discuss it today. We don't want to discuss anything that could interrupt. Unfortunately, to get stage one is getting the hostages out. That we have to do. But there could be bumps along the road, and a lot of it will depend on the dialogue between Washington and Jerusalem. Like on Lebanon, we have a very good dialogue, very good understandings. If that's an example of what happens in Gaza, I'm very optimistic. But once again, I think it's important to be cautious. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. There should be no illusions about the enemy we face, which is Hamas, largely defeated. But we've already seen in territories that Israel evacuated 2 days ago, they're killing their political opponents, murdering them in the streets, reasserting their control, that they're suddenly going to disappear. It's not going to happen. We need the international community to stick to the agreement and to enforce the agreement and to give Israel the power to act if Hamas breaks the agreement.
And so, I'll ask you the same question that I asked Amira Vivi. We're talking about Qatar, we're talking about Turkey. These are countries that are signed on to this agreement, that have expressed support for this agreement. Egypt as well. All of these countries have some way over the past, decades helped Hamas, armed Hamas, funded Hamas, expressed support for Hamas even since October 7th. So how can Israel really trust these countries that are going to be part of this this sort of, post-war Gaza plan?
Well, to quote President Reagan, trust but verify. That's the most important thing. And maybe we got this deal precisely because Hamas was isolated, precisely because Hamas's traditional friends and allies, what they would call, their partners in the axis of resistance, quote unquote, that's what they used to call it. Turkey, no friend of Israel under the current government. Qatar, very problematic for Israel. These countries were Hamas's closest friends, their closest backers as nation states, and these countries now put pressure on Hamas for their own reasons to come to the table and do the deal. And I think a combination of that American pressure on Hamas's friends to play ball, to follow through, to pressure Hamas to agree to the deal, together with the Israeli military pressure, and we have to say we're only here today because of the bravery and the commitment of those young men and women in the Israeli Defense Forces who fought and won this war on the battlefield. That combination of military pressure and diplomatic pressure finally made this deal possible. And I want to be frank, sometimes it's rubbish that this deal was on the table a year ago or 2 years ago. Yeah, true. Hamas did not agree to release all the prisoners up front, dead and alive, all of them. Hamas never agreed that Israel would stay in the Gaza Strip for an indeterminate period of time. Hamas never agreed that we could stay on the perimeter of the Gaza Strip so we wouldn't see Hamas people right on the border opposite our civilian communities like we did before. Hamas had demands from here until kingdom come. The fact that Hamas minimized its demands to make this deal possible, and Israel, of course, had to be flexible as well, that was only a result of the military and diplomatic pressure.
So the release of the hostages, of course, the very first priority. Expecting that to happen. It could happen at any moment. Vice President J.D. Vance said that it could happen really at any moment. So we are, of course, waiting for this news. I want to now turn, Ambassador Regev, Brigadier General Avivi, please stay with us. We'll be back to you in just a moment. But now I want to turn to ILTV's Emily Schrader, who's in Hostages Square. Emily, you've been there all day today. Can you share maybe with the viewers what it's like, what the atmosphere's like in Hostages Square today, and how it feels, to maybe be reporting there from, hopefully, for the last time?
Well, Lidar, I can't say how happy I am that this is most likely the last time I will be broadcasting from Hostage Square. But unlike last night, where we saw a presence of more than 400,000 Israelis in the streets here celebrating the ceasefire hostage deal that hopefully will see the safe return of at least 20 more of our living hostages, as well as the remaining deceased hostages in the Gaza Strip. Today, it's been pretty quiet most of the day. It's only started to build really in the last hour. You feel a palpable excitement here on the ground, a little bit of nervousness. I think everyone is sharing in the anticipation about what's going to happen in the next few hours. But all day we've been getting updates. It could be, as you stated, the Vice President stated, at any second. But we did hear the most recent reports from the Prime Minister's office stating that it will be 4 and 6 in the morning. Also here at Hostage Square, beginning at midnight, they are having a what's called yellow night, where there will be yellow flags to symbolize the hostages all over the square, and they will be broadcasting everything that's happening as it's happening in real time to give all the updates as we follow the journey back home for these hostages that have been held for 736 days. Now, here with me in the square today, I have Kalev Ben David from ILTV News, and I also have with me the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom.
Can I just add, Emily, there's a more relaxed, almost festive atmosphere here. A few minutes ago, we had a Donald Trump impersonator who I think flew from America parading through the square, something that would have been, I would say, terrible, appropriate taste any other day in this location than today.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw such support for President Trump even last night here in the square. They were chanting, "Thank you, Trump. Thank you, President Trump." Ruthie, I want to ask you, politically speaking, how has this deal been perceived so far, both by the Israeli public and by the international community that you've seen?
Well, what I've seen is that there's wall support for, of course, there are people who have serious misgivings, and those usually are on right, or what you would call the far right. I wouldn't. But the misgivings, of course, have to do with the release of so many Palestinian terrorists who will definitely, commit acts of terror again once they're released. We know that. There's a high percentage of recidivism. That's one reservation. The other is that this is only the first phase of this deal. We know that the second phase, Hamas is already saying, no, we're not going to lay down our weapons. There's all kinds of monkey business going on, but the main thing is that everybody, especially in Israel, wants to see all the home before we do anything else.
Well, we've already seen on the ground footage coming out of Gaza of how Hamas has already begun to rebrand themselves in certain neighborhoods, calling themselves the Gaza Defense Forces. But we see them on the ground actually persecuting Gazans. We've seen executions happening in the street. We've seen torture happening in videos. What's going to happen to this leadership? Don't know yet all the details of phase 2. We've agreed to phase 1. Hopefully we'll see the return of those hostages. Unfortunately, the release of, as you mentioned, convicted murderers, 1,700 terror deal, plus an additional 250 convicted terrorists, many of them serving life sentences, a very, very high, painful price for Israelis and the families of the victims of these horrendous terror attacks. But what's going to happen in the Gaza Strip? I mean, is there even potential for legitimate, viable leadership on that front?
Well, I don't see it, to tell you the truth, because, this is a terrorist organization. And I also feel that Palestinian Authority and the PLO, Fatah, that Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas heads, that's the faction he heads, I think they're terrorists too. They fund the terrorists, they fund Hamas terrorists. They still have radical school books and mosques and the media. I see no chance for a Palestinian leadership in Gaza. And I have to say, this deal is the best we could get, and I totally support it, but I don't consider it a peace deal. I don't see peace on the horizon. I see a ceasefire in order to regroup, and also because we really are victorious over Hamas. Hamas is completely decimated.
Well, I think in addition to that, of course, we've seen the IDF have strategic successes against the Islamic Republic of Iran, as well as many of its proxies, Hezbollah in Lebanon, the Houthis, which we've still been dealing with even in recent days, missile attacks. What impact do you think this peace deal, or if you don't want to call it a ceasefire deal, will have in the long term for the region?
Well, that's a very good question, and that all depends on this group of Arab and Muslim countries that President Trump has made deals with, and that has been very helpful because that could pressure Hamas into this deal. However, as we know, for example, if you take Qatar, for example, it could have 2 years ago pressured Hamas into releasing the hostages, and it didn't. It was housing Hamas and everything. So what President Trump, probably brilliantly, was offer these countries various incentives to do this. And so I'm for that. However, that doesn't mean they're, peace-loving, and it's not as though Qatar and Israel are going to have peace busting out all over. And when he says that, expanding the Abraham Accords, I'm all for that as well. However, it depends on whether they are renouncing their investment in global jihad.
And so far, Hamas has committed entirely not to disarming.
I think we should also note that even as we're sitting here, the IDF has been active in Lebanon in the last couple of days, launching multiple strikes against Hezbollah. And, even if Hamas now has been depleted as one of Iran's proxies, certainly does exist, as you talked about, the battle is continuing against Iran's proxy forces. Hezbollah still active. We don't know yet how the Houthis eventually going to. Are they going to stop their rocket attacks? Shipping bound for Israel in the Red Sea in those waters. So it's a different Middle East. The map of the Middle East is being redrawn, and that's part of what made this deal possible. But the fundamental threat of Iran and its proxies does still remain.
No, absolutely. And let me just say, because here I'd like to put in a good word for Prime Minister Netanyahu. And the reason I want to is that everybody's been thanking President Trump, and rightfully so. But the way I see it is this. I see it's like if you have a jar that you can't open the lid because it's totally stuck. And you're banging on it and you're not doing it. And then somebody else takes it and opens it. I think that Netanyahu was the one who set the stage for this change in the Middle East, and then President Trump came along. They did a perfect dance together. If you take the attack on Iran as an example, Israel went in, bombed everything, and then President Trump sent in the B-2 bombers and went, okay, we're finishing the job. Not totally finishing it, but certainly setting it back. And I see that this whole regional thing, there has been a kind of ballet dance between Trump and Netanyahu.
Well, I think and Netanyahu, we also see Trump doing this sort of delicate Turkey, with Egypt, with Qatar even, which brings me back to the question before of what's leadership going to look like in Gaza. Is it even possible to have a viable leadership? I think there's a lot of unanswered questions that we still have on the ground. I know we want to get you in the studio, Lidar, so we'll circle back. Lidar.
Thank you, Emily, and thank you, Kalev and Ruti. Now, before we continue, 705 of war, the IDF is observing a 72-hour ceasefire that actually began on Friday afternoon and is due to continue until Monday to facilitate the return of the Israeli hostages. Now, the IDF has so far withdrawn to inside urban centers in Gaza, with thousands of Gazan civilians using the pause to return to their home city. We have more on this from Steve Leibovitz.
They're the
is not over. The IDF announced that Reserve Master Sergeant Shmuel Gad Rachamim, 31, succumbed to wounds sustained in an accidental grenade blast in Gaza this week. The end of the war has not been declared. The IDF is in the midst of a 7-hour siege that declared on Friday noon, as agreed upon.
נכנס אש לאחר שנתיים של לחימה ברצועת עזה. עם התייצבות כוחותינו על קו החוץ, החלו 76 שעות במהלכן יושבו חטופינו. אושר בממשלה הסכם להשבת 48 חטופינו.
The army carried out a partial withdrawal from Gaza, marking the formal start of a ceasefire period agreed upon in U.S.-led mediation talks in Sharm el-Sheikh. At noon Friday, IDF units started redeploying to the Yellow Line, a designated defensive zone in Gaza established as part of the ceasefire arrangement.
כוחותינו בפיקוד הדרום התייצבו כמו בהתאם לקו הצהוב. קווי הערכות הללו מאפשרים הגנה ושליטה מבצעית קדמית לאורך רצועת עזה. אלו רגעים של דריכות מוגברת, חיילים יפעלו להסרת כל איום לביטחונם. לא יילקחו סיכונים.
This repositioning represents a significant shift from the active combat operations to a limited security presence designed to stage agreement. Agreement includes provisions for monitored movement, a halt in offensive operations, and security coordination through international mediators. Military officials stressed that forces remain on alert and will respond to any violation of the ceasefire. However, the primary focus is to create stable conditions for the release of the Israeli hostages with the temporary suspension of intense military activity in Gaza.
אנחנו נערכים לקליטת החטופים השבים ברגישות, באחריות ובציפייה גדולה. בשעה זו, צה"ל כולו נערך לקליטתם. אנחנו ממשיכים ללוות את משפחות החטופים ולעמוד עימן בקשר.
As the Gaza ceasefire began, thousands of Gazans began returning to the northern Gaza Strip. The IDF announcement of a pause in fighting brought a movement of people heading home to Gaza and its thousands of people began the long walk from the south to the north of the Gaza Strip, making their way up the dusty seaside road toward the ruins of Gaza City, which they were to flee weeks ago. Some said they were heading north for the first time since the war began. Humanitarian aid is flowing to Gaza once again through the Rafah crossing to Egypt. In a troubling sign, Hamas-run police officers were seen standing guard in the streets of Gaza City. One of its members said forces were deploying across the Gaza Strip in the areas that are not under the control of the occupation. The biggest deployment is in intersections and markets, they claim, for the security of citizens, so that the people feel that there is law. Yes, the law of Hamas. U.S. Special Envoy to the Jared and Admiral Brad Cooper visited Gaza. The U.S. Central Command Israeli military has first phase of withdrawal confirmed that Israeli forces have redeployed from key urban while strict control over roughly half of the strip. The U.S. is deploying roughly 100 troops. The troops are assigned to a civil military coordination center operated by U.S. with logistics, security, communications, and monitoring. The role of the U.S. troops is described as overseeing, supporting, and monitoring, not active ground operations inside.
All right, now I want to turn back to Brigadier General Amir Avivi. You know, we've seen the images of Hamas terrorist streets of Gaza. We're hearing from all the experts on our panel who all are expressing skepticism, which of course I share, that Hamas indeed disarm, will indeed agree to all of the points in Trump's plan. So I want to ask you, if Hamas does violate this agreement, what will Israel really be able to do? I mean, would Trump allow a return to fighting? No, it seems that U.S. President Donald Trump, the United States, and all the European countries and all the Arab countries pretty much believe this to be the end of the war. Israel, however, sees it a little bit differently.
Well, if this is the end of the war, it will end with Israel controlling 53% of the Gaza Strip, Philadelphia, controlling Rafah, controlling areas in the north, and Gaza lost 50% of its area. Not a bad way to end the war. Hamas, anything that goes in and out, it's Israel. It's controlled by Israel. Any prospect of any rebuilding of anything in Gaza is dependent on Israel and the U.S. Any money that will go in dependent on us and can be stopped. So Hamas is in a position that is really in a problem. It lost more than half of Gaza, lost ability to be connected to Egypt, to smuggle. They cannot smuggle. They cannot make money as they did. We have a lot of leverage on them talking about humanitarian, even before we talk about the IDF renewing attacks, taking over even more areas. I think that there is no viability for Hamas in the long term, especially now to give up the only thing that actually kept them alive, which is the hostages, and enable Israel to be with much more freedom of operation. Now, Israel can, for example, if they are not going to disarm, to push back to the lines of the 75% and even pressure more until they do disarm. So at this we were very, anxious. We didn't have time. We needed back the hostages alive. Once we get the hostages, we have all the time in the world. We can stay like this for a decade. For us, we will be safe. We can continue all the time attacking them endlessly. A problem. They want to rebuild. They need money. They need to answer to the Gazans what kind of future they're going to have. Strategically, we're in a very good place that will enable us, if we do it right, working with America, to move forward with giving the rest of the goals of war.
And I do want to talk a little bit about the cost of this deal for Israel. Israel has agreed to release hundreds and hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, some of them with, or most of them, many of them with blood on their hands. I mean, these are hardcore terrorists who've murdered Israelis, murdered so many. So how do you see the cost of this deal?
Well, I'm glad that the terrorists that are really the more problematic ones are going to be expelled out of Israel, not in Maria, somewhere else, right decision. We saw war before the 7th of October, there were around 5,200 terrorists in Israel. After the release, there will be 9,000. So we have many people. Yes, we're going to give up part of them back to Gaza. The Gazans that we arrested inside Gaza, not the Nukhbas. It's always bad, but I think that between control inside Gaza, security of the south and of Israel, or giving up prisoners, I think Israel took the right decision. The livable situation in Gaza. We are getting all the hostages, and will still be controlling more than 50% of the Gaza Strip, including Philadelphia. This is dramatic, and we're not going to the next line without laying down the weapon and full demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. And even then, if stay controlling and parts of the north, and this is with the agreement of all the Arab countries, including Turkey. It's unbelievable. And the reason why they agreed is they had only two choices. It's either we would have eradicated completely Hamas and done whatever we want in Gaza the day, and maybe the whole Muslim Brotherhood axis would have collapsed, or what Qatar and Turkey said, they are big supporters of Hamas. Let's at least save what we can. Let's release prisoners. Let's take Hamas somewhere else. It reminds me, by the way, of the end of the first Lebanese war, when we saw Arafat going on ships, right, and leaving to Tunis. I think eventually Hamas will have no choice but to do the same.
So, yeah.
And we'll see when we arrive to this point.
All in all, a good deal for Israel. Brigadier General Amir Avivi, thank you so much for your insights. And Ambassador Regev, I want to turn to you now. We heard about the cost of this deal. Let's talk a little bit about the United States and sort of the pressure that they put on Israel, actually, to get to this deal.
So it's not unprecedented that American presidents and Israeli prime ministers can have tough conversations sometimes. What Trump has shown is by giving strong support for Israel, you actually have more leverage when you speak to the Prime Minister of Israel. If a president is seen as being hostile to Israel, and the Israeli public sees that too, the Israeli Prime Minister actually can score many points by standing up to the President of the United States. We saw that under Obama. We saw that to a certain extent under Biden. When the Americans are pressuring you to do something that's clearly against Israeli interests, when the American president is not seen as a friend, so the Israeli Prime Minister can stand up and say no. It's much more difficult to say no when the president is so strongly in support of Israel. And he says, just go that extra mile for me to make this deal work. It's easier to do. I think that's an important point to Trump's term, right? He recognized Jerusalem as Israel's capital. He recognized the Golan Heights as sovereign in Israeli territory. He tore up the bad nuclear deal with Iran. He initiated the Abraham Accords. He targeted and killed Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Revolutionary Guards. And this goes on and on. He was perceived by Israelis as a whole as a friend of our country. And since he came into office for a second time, he's, certain things that the Biden administration did that we didn't like, he stopped doing that. The weapon supplies were open. He said we should finish the job and gave us supporting and backing. And so that, I think, gives him the power in a conversation with the Prime Minister to say, I need you to do this for me. Once again, in the framework of being such a good friend, I think it's easier. I'll say it differently. It's much more difficult for the Prime Minister to say no.
So I do want to talk about U.S. President Donald Trump's visit to Israel expected tomorrow. But first, I want to Emily in Hostages Square. Emily, you with us?
Yes, Lidar, great to be back with you. So I am here in Hostage Square, where, as mentioned before, the crowd continues to. The anticipation is in the air. Israelis waiting very, very excitedly for the return of our hostages after 736 days in captivity since that awful day on October 7th. I am here joined by the senior contributing editor at JNS, Ruthie Bloom, still with us, and also Arab-Israeli journalist and social activist Youssef Haddad, who has been one of the most prominent voices throughout this war across the media and social media, both inside Israel and abroad. Youssef, I want to start by asking you your take on what's happening in Gaza. You're following all the Arab social media, what's been going on the ground. What's the response been just in the past 24, 48 hours to this ceasefire?
Well, Emily, before I answer this, I must share my feelings with the audience about the feeling of being in the hostage square, because every time we arrived here, we were sad and we were hopeless. And now we have a smile on our faces and we are hopeful. And we're hopeful because, inshallah, soon we will see all our hostages back to Israel, hopefully sooner than later. So it's good to be here. And I can't believe that I'm actually saying that it's good to be here. Regarding to the question, the are with mixed emotions, because we've seen quite a lot of Gazans are hopeless. And it's totally 180 degrees from what happened the 7th of October 2023, because they were joyful, they were happy. the majority of them, they were happy about the attack and the massacre. And today, after they actually see the destruction of those 2 years and understand that they accomplished nothing. Hamas started this war on the 7th of October, aiming to liberate Al-Aqsa and Jerusalem. And today, at the end of it, Israel is controlling more than 50% of Gaza. The Gaza Strip is totally destroyed because of Hamas. Schools, mosques, hospitals, all these infrastructures are all completely damaged and destroyed because of Hamas. And so this is a part of the feelings and what the Gaza Street feel. The other part, and what I call them the mouthpiece of Hamas, where you will see them, they will do absolutely everything to show victory. And I'm seeing it on social media. There's the same clowns, time after time, bring a bunch of people with them, and they start singing, and they started saying that they want to do again the 7th of October, and that Hamas has won, and the fact that the Gazans never left Gaza as if it was a target, let's say, that's the win for them. You started this war to win like this. So these are the things that we're seeing right now in Gaza. Unfortunately, I am not optimistic when it comes to the leadership of Hamas. We've seen right now what they're trying to do, Emily. They're trying to rebrand themselves, to embed
We've seen
themselves.
content already coming out from the Gaza Defense Forces. They're calling themselves
Gaza Defense Forces, not Hamas, but the same method. Because we've seen the video early this day where the two Gaza Defense Forces, shooting a Palestinian that they suspected to work with Israel. And then we've seen an ambulance passing, looking at that Palestinian who just got shot. And instead of stopping and treating him, they just kept going. This is Hamas. So don't let anybody, if it's a wolf dressing up like a sheep, it's still a wolf. And this is Hamas.
Well, you know, this is, of course, something we've seen throughout this war. Hamas claiming starvation, claiming genocide, claiming ethnic cleansing. As you mentioned, they're demonstrating the return to northern Gaza as if they were being ethnically cleansed, when, of course, this was never a goal of the Israeli operation. It was merely to get them out of harm's way. And we consistently saw Israel's objectives in this war completely misrepresented, especially in the international media, as an objective of Hamas, an entire other front of the war. What do you see Gazans saying now about genocide or ethnic cleansing or any of these outrageous accusations? The starvation, another very common one that we heard across the international media.
They're aligned on it. They're not going to change that. Even those who oppose somehow Hamas, they're still saying it is genocide and that there is famine in Gaza. Because one, they do not understand the pure definition of what genocide is and what famine is, and for them, if you don't have one meal, not 3 meals, sorry, if they have 2 meals instead of 3 meals, that's famine for them. And for them, even if 10 people killed that day, that's genocide and that's ethnic cleansing. And the reason is because I don't think that people understand the role of the Arab media in it, especially Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera channel, which is the official spokesman of the terror organization Hamas, and some of Al Jazeera journalists are actually proper terrorists. We have the evidence for that. They are listed in Hamas as a terrorist, as an active member, and at the same time, they are journalists, They themselves dictate the definitions. And they themselves right now, I've just 2 minutes before we start the live here in the Hostage Square, I saw a post by Al Jazeera speaking about finally trucks coming to Khan Yunis after the famine. And who's saying that? The most fattest guy I've seen in my life. I'm telling you, he can eat me and still have more room for him to eat more. So basically, they're going to keep spreading that lie because that's what we're doing. And I want to be very clear about that. Maybe I pass this or give more people a bit of confidence to say that and to not fall into that trap of the Israel making genocide or Israel is starving the Gazans. If right now, as you see clearly behind us the sun, and a Palestinian come to me and tells me there's the sun, I'm not going to believe it. Point. Somehow he's going to lie. And that's why I urge everybody, look at the facts. And I'm saying it because, we're speaking at ILTV, and a lot of our viewers, know exactly what we're talking. But maybe a lot of our viewers don't know that there are Israelis actually, some Israelis, aligned with the propaganda of Hamas. And this is something disturbing, because how can we fight the propaganda and the lies when we have among us sometimes even politicians aligned with the agenda of Hamas? And this is disturbing, and we need to say that out loud and not be ashamed. They should be ashamed of that.
I think that's an important point to make, because in a democratic society, of course, you do have a whole host of different ideas, some of them very, very unfavorable, some of them not accurate in the slightest. I mean, Ruthie, you're very familiar with this phenomenon and the robust debate, I'll call it, that we have even within Israel. But we've seen pretty much uniformity in support, at least of the first phase of this deal, right?
Oh, absolutely, because everybody wants the hostages home. Then it diverges, of course, because there are people who say it's not worth the 1,700 terrorists that we're releasing, and the 250 with blood on their hands, including one of those who committed the lynching in Ramallah, with the hands. And now, I'd like to add a point to what you said, Yosef, about Hamas. I think we really cannot lose sight of the fact that the Palestinian Authority is no better. One of our problems is that Israelis like to make a distinction between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority. And therefore, what they say is, well, Hamas is bad, but we need a Palestinian state run by Ramallah. And I insist that we stress that no, not until they de-radicalize, because, first of all, I don't think there ever should be a Palestinian state given the culture there. But let's say one day when unicorns fly and they don't have school books that teach them to slaughter Jews, Christians, and infidel Muslims, and they don't have mosques preaching that same thing, and the media, then we'll talk. But in the meantime, the PA, of course, is a rival with Hamas, but it funds it gives stipends to the terrorists, etc. So I really think it's important to stress that.
Let me strengthen your things. If the Palestinian Authority had the ability to join the 7th of October, knowing that that would bring the destruction to the state of Israel, they would have done it. The only reason why the Palestinian Authority did not join on the 7th of October, one, because of the fact that it's Hamas who are orchestrating that, and they hate Hamas more than they hate Israel, and second, because they know that they don't have the ability to complete the job. If they had the ability to complete the job, they would have done it years and years and years ago. Mahmoud Abbas, we need to understand, this guy paid terrorist families. In fact, some of the terrorists that came out after that, they said, one of the reasons why we decided to do those terror acts is because we know that we don't have any future, and the way that we can provide food and money for our families is by doing those terror attacks, and then I'm going to be in the Israeli jail, best time of our life, because we have all the conditions that we need, and then our family will get money and they will use it to live their life. So basically, it was sort of a job. Go kill Israelis.
And after that, not only will their family get money for life, but after that, they may get released in an prisoner deal.
Absolutely. And Mahmoud Abbas himself is a huge Holocaust denier. When you deny such atrocities like this, and then you claim that the Israelis are doing those atrocities that you deny, you can clearly see that this guy is never and has never been a partner to peace. And the key thing that you said is mostly the textbooks and the education. Every kid in Gaza, from age 4 to age 18, is being educated by terrorism, by Hamas. And that's why by the age of 11, 12, 13, they join Hamas camps. And by the age of 15 and 16, they become active terrorists. By the age of 18 and up, they are literally a member of the terrorist organization Hamas, and they're fighting the IDF. Now, I ask you guys, what happened when Israel, and the IDF eliminates one of those 14-year-old, 15-year-old, 16-year-old terrorists? To which list it's going to go? It's going to go to the civilian and dead kids, or it's going to go to the terrorists being eliminated by the IDF? And that's the complete story about the West Bank, about Gaza, and how the world see the propaganda of Hamas.
All right, well, we do have to go back to the studio to Lidar, but I want to thank you, Yosef Haddad, for joining us today.
Just before you thank me, I actually want to thank the Uber rides of Gaza, which is the Red Cross. We need you for one last time, inshallah. One way from Gaza to Israel, bring our hostages, because you obviously cannot fulfill your job. And your job was to make sure that our hostages are not being tortured in captivity, which exactly happened. And your job was to make sure that they are well-being, but you did not do that. So now, at least, you have no competition when it comes to Uber. So please, bring back us, our hostages, and get the hell out of here.
All right, back to you with that, Lidar.
Thank you, Emily. Thank you, Yosef and Ruti, the Uber of the Gaza Strip. Now, I do want to talk a little bit about what's going to happen in the next 24 hours. Of course, we are all waiting with anticipation for the release of the hostages. Now, there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of speculation. J.D. Vance also tweeting or making a statement that the hostages could be released at any moment. But we've just received word that from the Israeli government that the liaison for the hostages saying that Israel is expecting the release of the hostages in the early hours of tomorrow morning, just ahead of U.S. President Trump's visit. So, of course, we're going to keep an eye out. And, of course, because we are dealing with Hamas, a terrorist organization, we simply won't know until the very last minute. Now, I want to go to a short item on U.S. President Donald Trump. He's set to arrive in Israel tomorrow morning for a brief sort of in and out visit coinciding with the deadline for Hamas to release the hostages under the ceasefire deal that he helped broker. He'll address the Israeli Knesset, and then he's scheduled to fly to Egypt, where he will be joined by several world leaders to attend the signing of the deal. Israel and Hamas, however, will not be in attendance. So let's hear from ILTV Steve Leibovitz.
According to the schedule we've received, President Trump will land at Ben Gurion Airport at 9:20 tomorrow morning. There will be a formal ceremony. He'll then proceed directly to the Knesset to deliver his speech. The timeline is restricted by the Jewish holiday of Simchat Torah, which begins Monday evening, marking the second anniversary of the October 7th, 2023 Hamas massacre. This will be Trump's first trip to Israel since returning to the White House.
And as you know, on Monday, the hostages come back. They're getting them now. I mean, they're getting them now. They're in some pretty rough places under earth. They're in some pretty rough places where only a few people know where they are, in some cases. So they're getting them, and they're also getting the bodies, approximately 28 bodies. And some of those bodies are being unearthed right now as we speak. I mean, they're working on it right now as we speak. It's a tragedy. It's a tragedy. No, he was very happy with it. And I can tell you that I saw Israel dancing in the streets, but they were dancing in Qatar and Saudi Arabia and UAE and many, many countries. I saw Egypt. They were dancing. I'll be going to Israel. I'll be speaking at the Knesset, I think, early on, and then I'm also going to Egypt. They were terrific.
From Jerusalem, Trump will head back to Ben Gurion Airport and then on to Egypt for the Gaza Peace Summit that he will co-chair along with Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. Workers at the Egyptian resort city of Sharm el-Sheikh set up national flags for the arrival of world leaders for the signing of the first phase of the Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal tomorrow. Those planning to attend the Gaza Peace Summit in Sharm include French President Emmanuel Macron, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, and UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres. Israel and Hamas are not expected to attend. Amid intense preparations, 3 Qatari officials were killed in a car crash near Sharm el-Sheikh. The victims were reportedly security guards and not members of the Qatari negotiating team.
All right, so Ambassador Regev, let's start with U.S. President Donald Trump's expected visit tomorrow. He's going to be speaking at the Knesset. What can we expect from his speech there tomorrow?
I think we can expect a lot of warmth. We can expect a lot of support. I think we can expect he'll praise the Prime Minister for his part in the deal. The opposition probably won't like that, but I expect that to happen too. The most important thing, I think, is he's going to tell us to look forward. He's going to talk about expanding the Abraham Accords, that this deal is only the first step in a larger deal in Gaza and then a larger deal in the Middle East, where we'll see, hopefully, important Arab and Muslim countries like Saudi Arabia, like Indonesia, normalizing their ties with Israel. Maybe a deal with Syria, maybe a deal with Lebanon. I think Trump wants it. Trump has shown us in this immediate ceasefire that he can deliver progress. And I think for the first time, there's a chance that the Middle East now is moving back in a positive direction. Now, once again, we should always be cautiously, underline cautiously, optimistic, but I think there is reason to be cautiously optimistic about where we're going.
And, you know, speaking of the Abraham Accords, what countries are expected to join? You mentioned Saudi Arabia, you mentioned Indonesia. Is that set to happen in the very near future? Is this part, perhaps, of this overall peace plan that Trump keeps hinting at, the next phases of this deal?
So I think it's definitely going to happen. I just can't give you a timeline. It's clear that Trump would like it to happen sooner rather than later. He's only president for another 3.5 years, which means that he's got to put the effort on now if he wants to do it. I think there's many reasons why it can happen. And the viewers need to understand a deal with Saudi Arabia is not just another deal with an Arab country. Saudi Arabia has a special status in the Arab world, but also a special status in the larger Muslim world. It is the custodian of the two holy sites in Mecca and Medina. And if Saudi Arabia normalizes ties with Israel, to use a Jewish metaphor, that's a kosher stamp for other countries to do the same, other countries like Indonesia, other countries in North Africa, other countries in the larger Muslim world. And so that really would be a game changer. And I think Trump is very serious about pursuing this objective.
And let's talk a little bit about this, conference in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt tomorrow. We keep talking about peace. We're going to see leaders from all the Arab countries, or many of the Arab countries, leaders from France, from Germany, from the UK. Israel's not going to be there, though. But what can you tell us about this conference? And especially, it's interesting to see the role of the European countries here.
It's actually interesting because I would argue that the Europeans were just causing problems, right? They were giving inadvertently support to Hamas because Hamas were holding out, not because they thought they could defeat Israel militarily, but they thought international pressure on Israel would stop Israel from finishing the conflict and save their bacon, so to speak. They thought a combination of internal pressure on Israel, Israeli public on the government to stop the war so as to get the hostages out, and combined with international pressure on Israel, that would save them. And so if Hamas believes, because of the Europeans saying this, that, and the other, that all is hold out, grit their teeth, take the pain, and in a month or 2 months, the war's over and they're still in power, why would they make a concession? And so the Europeans, I think, were actually undermining the American-led track, which was the only serious track to end the war and get the hostages out. Now the Europeans are invited to Sharm. I think Trump wants them there because he wants to see European money. He maybe wants to see also European security personnel. He doesn't want American people inside Gaza. He said that clearly. His administration has said so as much. And so is it possible now that the Europeans will start playing a more positive role? I hope so. But those same Europeans could be a problem because further down the line, let's say there are Hamas violations and Israel wants to act. Where will the Europeans stand then? We can be fairly confident that the United States will stand with Israel. Where will the Europeans be there? Let's say Hamas starts to rearm and Israel starts to strike. Where will the Europeans be there if we have to wait and see?
Just like we saw in Lebanon with
Correct.
Hezbollah.
But once again, in Lebanon and Hezbollah, you're absolutely right. They're the American-Israel understandings are the ones that count. And I hope and believe it'll be the same in Gaza.
So it's definitely, as I said, going to be a very interesting and historic 24 hours. Of course, the release of the hostages at the forefront as all of Israel is anticipating this release. We're almost out of time, so I do want to go back to Emily Schrader. She's in Hostages Square for just some final thoughts. Emily?
Hi, yes. So thanks, Lidar. We're here in Hostage Square. As I mentioned, the crowd has been building. A lot of people now joining the square as we eagerly anticipate the return of our hostages. I'm still here with Yosef Haddad as well as Ruthie Bloom. And I just want to give you guys a chance to comment on this progress, I would say, with the conference in Sharm el-Sheikh and what's happening, how we see so many Arab countries taking part. Does this spell something different for the region in the coming months and years?
There is nothing different about it. It's same old, same old. And let me be more clear. A few years ago, the former ambassador, Saudi ambassador to the US, he was interviewed on Al Arabiya channel, and he was asked about the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. And he said this. I said, we stood beside the Palestinians when we know they were wrong and the Israelis were right, because they are Arabs and they are Muslims. That's it. This is the only reason why we stood by them. But in fact, we knew that Israel is on the right side. Same right here. And the only reason why today we are seeing this is actually because we had the courage to attack Qatar. That was a very important and crucial attack that made all the Arab world to say, okay, no one is safe. Let's finish this. And of course, this is something that, as we see right now, what you see right now, it's all part of the game that they knew that Israel is on the right side and time to finish the job. Because Iran is literally standing on the corner, waiting to just destroy each and every Arab country. It happened in Lebanon, it happened in Iraq, it happened in Syria, it happened even in Yemen, of course. It was almost happening in Jordan and Egypt, and obviously after that it's UAE and the others. That's why now the Arabs are with this conference. They were always behind closed doors with Israel, and that's the stupidity of the Arab world that didn't bring peace way faster and agreement way faster and pressured Hamas. They also have responsibility for what happened in Gaza.
Absolutely. Ruthie, what's your take on this conference and final thoughts?
Okay, so I'm going to add to what Yusuf just said by saying this is exactly what Prime Minister Netanyahu meant by victory, total victory. The victory is not because peace is busting out all over. You have to be very wary of these countries that are Islamists like Turkey, like Qatar. But what you can see is this is what you call their type of surrender. And so that in that respect, I'm optimistic.
All right, Yosef, your final thoughts from hopefully what is our last broadcast from here in Hostage Square before we see the release of our hostages.
Well, first of all, we are excited to see all our hostages coming back home to their land, those who are alive for rehabilitation and to be united with their families, and those who are unfortunately not with us, to come back here to be buried and for their families to have a closure. So we are all excited to see all of them coming back home. And one last and final thought. I've seen a lot of people thanking this and thanking that and thanking this and thanking that. I here say, we thank our brave female and male fighters, soldiers from the IDF who did an absolute amazing job. And a final message to all our enemies. Come here. Bring this flag. Here's my final. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought you can destroy the state of Israel. You thought that by the end of 7th of October, maybe the first week, there's no more Israel. Well, look at that. The hostages, inshallah, coming back soon. All our soldiers, inshallah, coming back soon as well, back home. Well, and of course, Israel is here to stay. Am Yisrael Chai, בפנים של כל אחד ואחד.
All right. Thank you, Yosef Haddad, for joining us today and for those words of encouragement. I think you echoed what a lot of us are feeling here on the ground. Ruthie, I know your son is finally coming back after his heroic work in Gaza with the IDF.
Absolutely, and I could never top that, what you just said. So, amen.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service, for your son's service.
All right, we'll be live tomorrow for the actual release of the hostages. But for now, Lidar, back to you.
Thank you, Emily. We see the crowd gathering behind you, the cheers. That's the atmosphere in Hostages Square. Thank you all so much for joining us for this broadcast. Now, Mark, I want to turn to you. We see what's happening in Hostages Square. We see the excitement. You can feel it in the air. Final thoughts from you.
It's a good day. Our hostages are coming home. It's because Israeli soldiers fought, and unfortunately some of them had to die to win this, to bring about this victory. And bringing the hostages home is a victory. And as we go forward and maybe to bigger and better things with peace and reconciliation, we have to always remember Israel's strength, Israel's military strength is a prerequisite for any sort of deals that we do in the future. With one hand, we hold a sword, and with the other hand, we hold it out for peace with our neighbors. They work together.
Absolutely. Mark Regev, thank you so much for joining us today in the studio. And that is a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Lidar Greve-Lazi. We will see you tomorrow for the release of the hostages. ILTV will be here providing all the coverage on the release of the 48 remaining hostages in Gaza. Let's bring them home. Thank you so much for watching.
אני כל הרגל שלי פצועה, כל הרגל שלי יש לי חירורים, אבא כל הרגליים שלו, כרמל גם. אמא לא, את אמא עומדת למות, אני אומרת לכם.
Do you want to know how hell looks like on earth? Welcome to Kibbutz Be'eri. 2 years ago exactly, on the 7th of October, the Bachar family was in hell. A 3-meter on a 3-meter hell. Come with me and find out this unbelievable story of the Bachar family.
We were in the safe room. We were 4 persons in the safe room. It's me, Dana. I have 4 children. My old son, Rotem, he was in India in the same Nofar. The second is 19 years old. He's in the army.
And then you have Carmel and Hadar. And they were in the house with you and Dana.
6:30, the kibbutz with a lot of people. You know why? Because in October 6th, we just celebrate our birthday, the kibbutz birthday. It's been like 70 years. We are like 1,100 people, but in the same day, we were like 1,400. This is the master bedroom. We were here, and we start hearing the shooting. It's not the shooting, it's the thunder, like the missiles goes above us.
That whistle of the missile?
Yeah, a lot of them. So me and Dana here, and we are hear the rockets, and we know something happened. And
It's usual, right?
Yeah, it's usual. But in usual, there are 2 helicopters up, 1 drone, and after 5 minutes, a few missiles to Gaza, and that's it, it's done. This is the usual. But in the same day, it's not like that.
If I tell you in the world that the usual thing is that you hear rockets flying all over your head and then lands in your backyard, you can't say it's usual. This is missiles, rockets, literally sent from Gaza to Israel, to Kibbutz Be'eri. But the people here in Israel has gotten used to it. I promise you, you have no idea what we're talking about. So year after year, year after year after year, Hamas, the terrorist organization who ruled Gaza, kept sending missiles, launching missiles to Israel.
And I told Dana, okay, there is something wrong. And I told her, okay, let's go downstairs to see where's the children, and because our safe room is in the downstairs. This is Adar rooms, and we met right here. And this room is Carmel's room.
Carmel's room. Hadar, Carmel is here.
When we start to speak to them and say, okay, look what's going on, because all the rockets, and we start laughing on ourselves because we thought there was a rocket and, you know, like a zikukim, and came to Gaza to celebrate our birthday.
Fireworks.
And the fireworks, and we are and we're going out because we want to see the rockets. And we look up to the border, that's the border over there. So you can see all the rockets goes above all of.
That's Gaza over here. Just 4-kilometer walk. You know, if you can walk fast, it's 6 minutes per kilometer. Then you'd find yourself here within 24 minutes in Gaza just walking. That's how it's close to Kibbutz Be'eri.
And around 10 minutes to 7, you start hear the shooting in the middle of the kibbutz. And they came in and they start shooting all over. They running through our place and where we live, and they start shooting everyone. And the chat start talking about everything. Also, they shoot these people, they burn this house, they kill this one, and everything in the chat.
Wow.
And,
So while you're standing here, you're looking at the WhatsApp group and you're literally seeing them just saying, this was killed, this was killed, this was killed, this was killed.
Absolutely.
In the WhatsApp group, you're getting a message, go to the safe room.
Yeah, go to the safe room because there's a terrorist in the kibbutz.
Okay.
You have to go to the safe room.
And that was 7:10.
We got into the house, we shield the house, and we lock the door. I told Dana and Carmel and Adar, okay, let's go to the safe room. And Carmel told me, wait, Dad. He went to the kitchen. He brought a few hardcore steel knife. He played with them like that. And he told me, Dad, don't worry. We're gonna fight with them.
What's a safe room? A safe room, it is a bomb shelter. So in terms of when rockets are being launched from Gaza to here, you go to this safe room and plus minus you are protected even if a rocket falls very near the building that you are in, but only in a safe room. And that's why the Israelis on the 7th of October immediately ran to the bomb shelter, but then you told me that the bomb shelter became a trap.
A bomb shelter, you have to fight on the hand door because you can't lock the bomb shelters. Because if somebody wants to help you, you just open the door.
You closed the door?
We're waiting, yeah.
So you closed the door and you waited here?
We're waiting.
Was this window
Yeah, we
shut?
closed everything.
Everything closed?
Yes, we closed the two.
Everything
there's
closed.
two panels. Yeah, there's two panels. We
There's
closed
also
the two.
here.
There's stock. It's,
Yeah, of
it's
course,
yes.
it's shut because of that. But
So
you
we
have
closed everything. We also closed the glass.
So everything was closed?
Yes. Adar, she's sitting here, really close to the wall. And Dana, she's over there.
So Dana's here, Hadar is
Adar
here.
here.
You
Carmel,
are.
help me. It's around 8:30 in the morning. We hear the bell ringing. I'm standing right here. You know, like you're in stress, like you're holding like that. And Carmel helped me. And you hear the steps on the floor. You know that the terrorists, they're not coming to looking for us in the second floor. They come straight to the safe room.
They knew.
Because of course they knew.
They knew.
They knew because they killed the people up. That means the other in the neighborhood.
And they were in the safe house.
They knew that all the people in the kibbutz, they are in the safe room.
Targeting intentionally civilians, knowing that they are going to be in the safe room. This is a war crime.
And the terrorists, they came, they start, you know, like a hand fight, exactly the same. Yeah, they tried to
arm
open,
wrestling,
and
you know?
absolutely. They tried to open and we closed. They tried to open and we closed. And suddenly one of the terrorists told me, "Iftach al-bab, open the door." And told me, "Go away, ruh, ruh, ruh."
Ruh, go away.
Yeah. And he told me again, open the door. And I even say the second go, a shot through the door. We're holding the handle like that. And Carmel, my son, he's standing here.
And is he pushing
pushed
your hand
me
in out?
About me, he pushed me. So this one, it's Carmel blood from his arm because this bullet took his arm, both arms. Carmel, you know, is with Arabic, so he cursed in Arabic. And he told me, he said, "Oh no, there's no Sri Lanka." Because it's supposed to be in December in Sri Lanka. He was a surfer.
Oh my God,
the only thing,
about it.
yeah, the only thing he thought about, it's about the sea, his surfboard.
He's a surfer,
and his
huh?
yeah, he was a surfer. He was a great surfer.
That shot you in the arm and in your legs.
In my legs.
And you keep going.
I keep standing on that. The right leg is died. There's nothing left in the right leg. The left one, you feel something happened to her. You don't know exactly what happened.
Like it's
like
burning.
It's like, you know, when you go to the gym, you feel your muscle a bit
Yeah.
strong. That's how you feel.
Yeah.
So, exactly. Yeah. And I saw, because I'm really recognized like that, I look to the floor, and I saw a few tears of blood on the floor, and I talked to myself. I said that, but I'm all right. And I saw that this bullet took my arm, and the blood go from my arms. So a few seconds later, I collapsed and fell.
What time that was?
9:30. 30 minutes later, there are heavy smoke getting.
Around 10 o'clock?
It's around 10 o'clock. It's a heavy smoke.
Where the heavy smoke is coming from?
They brought everything. In his Be'eri, it was a system. First of all, they shot. Second, they burned. And later, when you jump out from the window, they kill you outside in the backyard. It's a system. There's 150 houses like that, or more than that.
אני לא יודעת איפה היא נמצאה, אבל היא היחידה שכמעט מאבדת את הכרה, היא וכרמל. אני בעבוד קצת בסדר, אני הכי בסדר.
Hamas terrorists, the Nukhba unit, which is the elite unit of Hamas, they came first, they did what they did, they left to another house. So now you're telling me that the civilians...
Yes, they gave the mission to other people, burn them.
And they're not like part of the Nukhba, they're literally Gazans.
I don't know who are they, but maybe it's not the Nukhba, because the Nukhba, they got a weapon and they go to kill the other people. But they know that, okay, if there's a heavy smoke in the safe room, you have to jump out from the window. And the Nukhba, they're waiting for you here, while they're not waiting here.
Gotcha.
And when you jump out, they kill you there.
So that massacre on the 7th of October, not only official Hamas members, terrorists, took part of it, but also civilians took part in the massacre. And there's countless evidence to that, by the way, which you can see all over the social media of civilians, Gazans, who came to the settlements here in southern of Israel and literally took part of the massacre. They start burning, smoke is coming in.
Smoke coming in, a lot of smoke, a heavy smoke. Everything is closed. We open just the glass window, that's it. We open that one and you can't breathe. And when you can't breathe anymore, I told them, okay, you have to take the pots of Bebka with the pee and the towel, and with the blood it's become like a glue.
Yeah.
And we put it on the face, you can breathe through it. It's easier, but it's not good for a long time.
So wait, you breathe pee and blood?
Of course. You want to survive, you have to.
What happened after that?
The terrorists, they decide to open the window because they saw that we didn't jump out. They decide to open the window. They put a big bomb on the window. If you go for the other side, you can see it. And they explode this fucking window.
זרקו לי רימון, ברגל יש לי חור, אני מנסה להחזיק את זה, יש לי ברגל 5 חורים. זרקו עלינו רימונים, ירו בנו.
When they explode this one, the right one stuck in a frame is not moved. But the second one moved like 10 centimeters to the side.
So there was like a gap?
Yeah, absolutely. There is a gap. So for us it was good. Because
smoke is getting out.
Absolutely. The hair comes from the door, and the smoke get in, go up, and go down. That's how it's going. So I'm looking around, so we are still alive. We are all right. But that's the good things. The worst things, we got 3 grenades inside. And when they throw the grenade hit the wall here and fell into the drawer.
That's the first explosion here, you can see it. That's the second explosion. And what about the third grenade? It didn't explode. So you had with you a grenade, live grenade, that did not explode.
Yes. You feel like your ears in the plastic bags. That's how you feel. I'm looking around, so we are still alive. So all the shrapnels, you can see all over, all the shrapnels go up, most of them. And the terrorists, they took like a metal stick, like a magnet stick. They put on the grenade, and they wrapped the grenade with the metal balls, screws, and needles.
By the way, this is another act of a war crime, yeah?
And Ada, she told me, at the same time, that's not a real grenade. I tell you, why you say that? Because she's 13. And she told me because I got a lot of screws in my legs. And now we are bleeding, we are 3 bleeding in the safe room. Dana, until now, she's all right. And I'm, bleeding from my legs and in Carmel. But it's all right. But we were on the floor. We hear 2 shots. And Dana told me, I can't breathe. Adar, she tried to clean it a little bit. She told Adar, it's done. And she told us, I don't have nothing for nobody in this world, and she died.
Avidai, you knew that your wife died.
Yes.
and you are without legs, with a bullet also in your arm, with a kid who is injured in his arm, they're trying to keep him alive, and you have a daughter that was also hit from shrapnels, and at this time you realize that you lost your wife as well. Yet you still have the power to tell your daughter,
Mom, she's all right. She's not suffering anymore. She died. We have to keep him alive. Around 4:30, Carmel, he knew that he go out for the safe room. He knew that. Around 5 o'clock afternoon, Carmel, he got his short breath and he died.
כרמל, תישאר איתנו. אל תעצור עיניים. אמא, תישאר איתנו.
Before he died, he told me, Dad, don't forget, so burying me with the surfboard. And Adar, she saw me, and she told me, Dad, don't leave me alone. Because she saw me, I'm almost gonna die here. And she called 911 again. My dad almost gonna die, what I supposed to do. And the 911, they record everything.
בסדר. איפה היריות? הן מתחילות מהאגן עצמו או מהרגליים למטה?
Around 7:30, 7:15, the commander of Yalom, he came to this window. He took his flashlight, looked into the safe room, and told the other guy, there is a massacre here in the safe room. So if you want to live next to them, you can't. I think we give them any money, any opportunities, they don't want to kill us. I think they want to live like us, but they don't. They don't want to live like us. They don't want me here. They want to take my land. It's not about something about religious, it's nothing. It's about territory and land. That's it.
you were in hell. There's no other definition to what you went through on the 7th of October. There's a lot of people around the world that either they deny what happened here, and clearly we can see the evidence is countless, yeah? And of course your story as a first eyewitness that went through hell. What do you have to say to the world for those who are right now supporting the terrorist organization Hamas, literally advocating and echoing the narrative of Hamas?
We have to know that the Islamic here next to us, it's really want to kill us because our land. We can see the Palestinian here, and if you move to Europe, I'm sure it's going to be there also. And we have to keep on ourselves, and for the Jewish nation, I think we have to be in Israel. This is the only state that we got, and we have to keep on it for many generations forward.
That for them, there's no such thing as, let's have a dialogue. They don't think about, maybe let's hear the other side. There's no freedom of speech. There's also no freedom of religion. That's a different topic. But the bottom line is, you do not have dialogue with them because they don't believe in dialogue. They have their own way. You're either with them or against them. If you're with them, your life might be saved, might be saved. But if you're against it, for sure, you're dead.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you leading voices in the Middle East and beyond. In this special, we're taking you inside the Israel-Gaza war to hear from stakeholders, thought leaders, and decision makers. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're speaking with one of Israel's leading journalists who's been reporting on this war from the very start, Lital Shemesh. Lital is a news anchor at Israel's Channel 14. She's also a former combat soldier in the IDF, and she's the author of the book, Pay for Slay, Exposing the Palestinian Authority's Scheme to Pay for Terrorism. Lital, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Emily, for having me.
Just to start, can you describe what your October 7th was like? How did the series of events that day as a journalist impact you?
So I think for all of us in Israel, that was a traumatizing day. I don't think we're really still understanding the, how large this terror attack was. Basically, the largest terror attack from the establishment of the State of Israel. And I think for us at the beginning, especially for me as a journalist, we didn't fully understood the enormous, the number of terrorists who were entering Israel, the numbers of cities who were invaded. So we immediately covered it from the base. We had reporters being sent to all the different cities. And I think for us in Israel, it will take a long, long time to really heal and understand what we've been through.
Now, for you personally, where were you on October 7th when you realized? Were you woken up by rockets? When did you start your job as a journalist on that particular day?
Yeah, so I was actually at my brother's house with all of the family up north, so I wasn't at the range of the rockets. And I work for Channel 14, which is a Shomer Shabbat channel. So we only start airing at the end of Shabbat, unfortunately, at the end of Shabbat of that evening. We started broadcasting immediately.
I think it's interesting, actually. Some of the people who especially abroad, who keep Shabbat, who observe the Shabbat, they didn't know. They didn't know anything, and they woke up to this shocking news.
Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to ask you, in regards to the types of content that has come out, I mean, on that day, I think journalists, perhaps more than anyone, received awful, horrific, shocking content. What was it like for you to have to see that? I mean, it's your country that's under attack, and you're getting these awful scenes. I mean, you yourself were a combat soldier, so what was that like?
Yeah, exactly as you said. I think all of us were getting that information to our WhatsApp. We're not used to see this enormous terror attack with everything on film. You know, the terrorists were filming it. We were starting getting footage from journalists on the ground, from surveillance cameras, and basically everyone around the world was getting that harsh footage into their phones. And I think, Emily, what shocked me is the fact that everything was filmed, that everything was put out there, and still the world is criticizing us for the operation in Gaza, for our right to defend ourselves, for our right to get into Gaza and to do what's needed. After seeing that horrific attack of innocent civilians were taken from their homes, of poor people, young people who were just celebrating in a music festival and were murdered, innocent people. And I think it's a disgrace to see how the world still has the audacity to criticize Israel to do what it takes to knock down Hamas, because I don't know any other country would have a terror entity invading its territory, butchering over 1,000 people, and not respond and not react.
Now, one of the issues in this war has been the disparity between what's happening on the ground and what the international media has been reporting. What is the most difficult or challenging part of reporting on these issues firsthand? In some cases, you're on the front lines, and then seeing sometimes the complete opposite being told by the international media.
Yeah, I was actually covering this war from inside of Gaza. So I've asked my editor not just to stay in the studio, but to enter Gaza, to cover the things from the ground, to talk to the combat soldiers, to talk to a female paramedic who was serving inside of Gaza, and to show how the IDF is going to the extent of not harming innocent civilians. And then you open CNN, day in, day out, you see stories about Palestinians constantly showing the Palestinian side, when I think the average person who is watching television is not really aware of the full picture. So when you start and painting a black and white situation of the poor Palestinians and the strong Israelis who has a strong army, you completely don't get the full pictures. picture. We are in a situation where we have 5 countries attacking us. We have rockets from Lebanon and rockets from Yemen, and Iran funding proxies all around our territory. We're fighting for our existence, for our right to have a tiny, tiny Jewish country among 300 million Muslims, and we still have the international media criticizing us for fighting to survive, to basically maintain a country, and that's what I don't understand. You yourself know how it goes on U.S. campuses, how they're being brainwashed to, polarized as the strong and the weak side. With a matter of fact, we are the underdog. We are the only minority in the world who has security guards outside of their synagogues, outside of their museums in Europe. We are the most threatened minority in the world. So I think the international media should really stop with the hypocrisy and show the truth.
I think at the diplomatic level, we've seen initially President Biden was very supportive of Israel. And then as the war continued on, we saw sort of shift. I don't know if shift is even the right word, but new discussions being had that are somehow they view as being related. For example, Biden has been very loud about advocating for a Palestinian state, for the two-state solution, which I think, whether you agree or disagree, isn't even related to this conflict. This conflict is about dealing with Iranian terror proxies. What is your take on Biden's recent statements about two states, about a Palestinian state?
As you said, I think we're very grateful for the cooperation of Israel and America. We're very grateful for them helping us fighting this war, supporting Israel in this war. But I think it's pure disgrace to give the Palestinian an award, literally an award, as a Palestinian state after we've seen the greatest terror attack in the history of the state of Israel. And I'm sure not many people know, but the Palestinian Authority, and that's actually what my book is about, is giving money to terrorists. The third largest ministry in the Palestinian Authority is the Ministry of Shaheeds, the ministry who gives money for prisoners who went and murdered Jews. The more you butcher, the more your salary the more salary you're going to get. If you're sentenced to a life prison, you're going to get 12,000 shekels a month, every month, just by sitting in the Israeli prison. The Nukhba terrorists, the Hamas terrorists who butchered our men and women on October 7th are also getting paid by the Palestinian Authority. So I'm asking you.
Wait, you're telling me that the Palestinian Authority is paying Hamas terrorists for the acts of rape, of murder, of kidnapping on October 7th?
Exactly that. They're paying Palestinian terrorists, Gazan terrorists, and Israeli Arab terrorists who are murdering Jews are getting monthly salaries by the Palestinian Authority. Just recently, we heard the voice of Abu Mazen, Abu Alul, saying, if we will have the last shekel, we would give it to the families of the prisoners. This is the next generation that they're teaching. They're indoctrinating their kids to hate Jews, to murder Jews. You know today that the most profitable occupation in the Palestinian Authority is being a murderer, is being
second only to working for UNRWA.
Yeah, maybe second only to working to UNRWA, but I think the U.S., instead of giving the Palestinians a reward, telling them, here, you can get a country, because you're basically saying to them, the terror attack, this huge terror attack has paid off. We're giving you what you want. And that's exactly the opposite. It's a disgrace for the free world. And by the way, 2018, Donald Trump has passed a law, the Taylor Force law, who says the U.S. will not pass on money to the Palestinians as long as they're paying their terrorists, as long as they're paying people to go and murder Jews. And then Biden came into power, and he decided he's going to transfer the Palestinian money through an NGO called USAID. So he's bypassing the law, giving money to the Palestinians without demanding a very basic demand. Stop paying terrorists. Stop educating your kids to go and murder Jews. Is that too much to ask?
Now, why do you think that is? Obviously, we're assuming here, but why is Biden sort of playing both sides on this issue? Why isn't he taking a stronger stance? We saw Trump cut funding to UNRWA, for example. Biden brought it back. Now, you gave another example about USAID. Why this infatuation almost with giving money to people who are clearly paying terrorists.
I think the Palestinians and the Arab world has done a very good job in painting a picture of a weak and strong side, showing the world that the Palestinians are the poor side, that the Palestinians need to be treated. When you drive today into Ramallah, which is basically a city equals to Tel Aviv, you see houses with swimming pools, but alongside Ramallah, you also see refugees camps. And it was enormously important for the Palestinians to maintain those refugees camps so the world will keep and sending millions of dollars to UNRWA, which just recently we've discovered what UNRWA has been doing and how it was participating in terror attacks, and also sending millions of dollars to the Palestinians, hundreds of millions from each country in Europe. So the more the Palestinians were working on maintaining the poor side story, the more the world feels sorry for them without asking for demands to stop funding terror. And I think this thing has to stop. And I think it's also a combination of purely anti-Semitism. You see how the international media has been covering what is going on now in Israel. For many years, we, inside of Israel, had a tendency of thinking we don't do enough advocacy, we don't explain our story enough. But after October 7th, when you had everything on film, everything was out there, everything was in every single person's iPhones, you're asking yourself, how can the international media not just show the truth of what is happening? And my answer is just purely anti-Semitism and a lot of money, a lot of Arab money who's involved, as you know, in universities, in all different research institutes, and that's a big problem.
Shifting gears a little bit, an image of you went viral, actually internationally, while you were broadcasting, while you were anchoring the news, carrying a weapon. Now, that's not that uncommon. You yourself were a combat soldier, but people seem to be very triggered by the image of a strong combat soldier, news anchor, a successful woman. What is your response to some of the comments that have been made, both positive and negative, in regards to this viral image?
Yeah, I think I basically explained, and as you said, it went viral. I got interviewed from the entire world, basically, South America and India. Everyone were asking me about it because it's not a trivial to see a news anchor sitting with her gun. But I think it was important for me to emphasize that I was afraid. I was afraid for my life. I was afraid for my people. After October 7th, I saw what my sisters were going through. I've heard the horrific testimonies about the rape, about the women who's been abducted into Gaza, and I felt I need to defend myself. I was a combat soldier. Just recently, after October 7th, the government allowed people who were serving in combat to carry guns. Up until that day, only 1% of Israelis were carrying guns. It's not as easy to get a gun here as in America. And I think it's our duty to be able to defend ourselves.
Now, regarding Hamas and journalists, I'm sure you know Hamas is using journalists as cover, using them as human shields in some cases, even with international journalists. And then, of course, it was recently revealed that an Al Jazeera journalist is actually a active terrorist with Hamas, a Hamas commander, in fact. What is your response to this cynical abuse of journalism as a cover for terrorism?
Yeah. In this case, not only cover, they were participating in the October 7th massacre. We saw one journalist driving on a motorcycle holding a hand grenade. We saw that on a video. So I think this thing needs to be taken care of. UNRWA activist, a teacher of UNRWA who was holding hostages in his house. Journalists who were participating the October 7th, just like cheering from the side, taking footage of a terrorist taking a poor grandmother, putting her on a motorcycle and driving her into the Gaza Strip.
Incidentally, some of those photographers, I'm sure you know, were actually paid by major news sources, New York Times, BBC.
Yeah.
It's craziness.
Yeah, it's crazy, and it just shows you the just look back and think of the coverage of those journalists in the past 10 years, in the past 20 years. How were they covering the situation where they're actively participating in terror acts? Do you really get a true coverage of what is happening in Gaza? Do you really get a true coverage of what is happening in Israel? Or you just get one side, the side that maybe the news outlet wanted to show?
Why do you think that the international media is so happy to take these statistics and the reports from Hamas themselves? Obviously, the most obvious number that comes to mind is the casualty count. The numbers they've been reporting from the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is the Hamas Ministry of Health, have just been regurgitated without any fact-checking, any research on the ground from pretty much every major international media source.
Yeah.
What's your message to these news sources about doing things like this?
Yeah. So, you know, there's a term in journalism that says it bleeds, it leads. And we've seen that throughout the recent operations in Gaza. We were getting rockets, thousands of rockets in every different escalation round. We have the Iron Dome. We have people sitting in shelters. It's not as interesting to show the scary Jewish kids who are sitting in shelters as to see the bombings of the IDF in the Gaza Strip. But I think what is important is to zoom out, to give the people the opportunity to hear the full story, not just a 5-minute segment of what has happened today in Gaza, especially, as you said, they're getting false number from the Ministry of Health, the Gazan Ministry of Health, but to give people the full story of throughout the years, Israel has been using the money to develop all these amazing defense systems like the Iron Dome, while Hamas was building tunnels, was buying rockets, was using all this money for terrorism. And that is why we have the opportunity to defend ourselves, while the Gaza Strip or the Palestinian Authority is still wasting millions of dollars on terrorism instead of allowing their people to actually live in wealth. If you ask me, Israel care about the Palestinians more than their leaders care about the Palestinians. And that is what the world just don't understand. Just look at the 20% Israeli Arabs who are living in Israel, who can go to work, who are serving in the Supreme Court, who are serving in the Israeli parliament. This is
even in the army.
Even in the army. This is a perfect example on how Arabs could live in the most, flourishing area in the Middle East. So if you ask me if anyone is chanting in those pro-Palestinians demonstrations across America, is not really a pro-Palestinian. It's just a pure anti-Israeli demonstrations. Because if you care about the Palestinians, go and demonstrate against Hamas. Go and demonstrate against the corrupted Palestinian Authority who is preventing its own people from getting the money and just using it to fund more and more terror. This thing has to stop.
When it comes to Al Jazeera, in Israel, there has been a push to kick out Al Jazeera from the state of Israel due to their associations with Hamas, as well as several other scandals that they've had before, incitement to violence, especially in their Arabic channel. It's been a major problem. In the United States, Al Jazeera has begun to feel the heat with calls to force them to register under FARA, the Foreign Agent Registration Act, because they are funded by the state of Qatar, which we know has been very controversial in this conflict, as well as on American campuses. What do you think should happen, both in the state of Israel and internationally, when it comes to dealing with media that's unbiased, like Al Jazeera?
Yeah. So we know the problem with Al Jazeera for so many years, and I have to tell you, Emily, I have a lot of criticism towards the state of Israel from allowing them to even cover the stories from the ground. Israel should have kicked out Al Jazeera journalists a long time ago. We know the way that they're covering this area. It's so easy to just get a press card and to travel Israel and to go wherever you want, because Israel is a safe place for any journalist to come here. And we've been getting unproportionate journalists from all over the world coming to cover Israel, more than any large city in Europe, basically. And I think Israel should have done it years ago and kicked out Al Jazeera journalists from its territory. And I can
now, obviously, a critic of Israel would say that this is a form of violation of, freedom of speech and, of course, freedom of press. What would be your response to that? Why is Al Jazeera different than perhaps people who are simply critical?
Because Al Jazeera is basically educating their people for terror. They're supporting terror. They're supporting what is happening in Gaza. They're spreading lies about what has happened here on October 7th. They're spreading lies about what is happening now with the war. And I think Israel shouldn't just, hand out press cards to journalists who are not really doing their job. It's as simple as that. I'll tell you another thing. I think Israel should also kick out the UN offices from East Jerusalem, because once you're seeing UNRWA, once you're seeing UN workers actively participated in the October 7th massacre, Israel should tell the UN, take your offices from East Jerusalem and come back after you deeply do research about what is happening within your organization. And after that, to call for the closing of UNRWA.
Final question. When it comes to the international media, how do you think they should be reporting this conflict? What are they lacking? You spoke a little bit about it, but if you could elaborate a little more on what they should be speaking about when it comes to this conflict. What's not being heard?
What's not being heard, I think, is the truth, is basically the story of a tiny Jewish country, a democratic country, a Western country who's fighting this war not just for itself, but for the entire free world. We're talking about freedom, about values of democracy, about women's rights, about all these things that you don't see in any Arab countries around us. And by the world being so hypocritical about what is happening in Israel, I think it's a pure disgrace. And I'm not just saying stand for Israel. I'm saying stand for the truth, stand for the facts. Don't forget what is happening in Israel. Whilst you're showing coverage of the Gaza Strip, show also the rockets that we're getting. Tens of rockets every day from Lebanon, the rockets that we're getting from Gaza, the rockets that we're getting from Yemen, the chanting of the leaders of Iran for the destruction of the state of Israel. Every single day, terror attacks from the Palestinian Authority towards Israel. That's our day-to-day life. From the moment I remember myself, I was in constant wars in Israel. Iraq was sending rockets at us when I was in preschool. Lebanon, Syria, this is how we were raised in Israel, constantly fighting for our right to exist. And I think the world should wake up, because if they won't stand next to Israel, they will find it knocking on their back door.
Ital Shemesh, news anchor, Channel 14, Israel, and author of Pay for Slay. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Emily.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you thought leaders, stakeholders, and other experts from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we'll be speaking with the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, who in recent years has become a leading voice for the Iranian people in the fight against the regime in Iran. Your Highness, it's an honor to have you with us. The Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi, thank you for joining us today. Now, I want to start by asking you, there's a lot of people speaking about the Gaza war, but the agenda of the Islamic Republic, of course, extends far beyond just Israel and their terror proxies. Do you think that the West understands the nature of the Islamic Republic? And if not, how can we help educate them?
Well, the most important factor in understanding the nature of the regime is look at its behavior and consistency in its behavior ever since its existence. The DNA of this regime is the complete opposite of the desire and aspiration of Iranians who, let's not forget, were the first hostages of this regime. And it has always tried to use Iran as a launching pad for their ideological indoctrination of the rest of the world and exporting this ideology. In fact, their military branch, the IRGC, is mandated to help them export this ideology all the way across the world. And of course, the proxy war
is also one way that they keep the focus away from themselves, engage in regional conflicts, and the regime has always fomented instability in order to keep itself in power. Repression at home and conflict abroad. So I think if you look at the past 40 years, and my biggest criticism of the basic flaw in Western governments' analysis or policy vis-a-vis the regime was because it was based on a false premise of behavior change as a goal. And if you look at everything that followed, whether they were using diplomacy or strength in terms of carrot and the stick approach, as we say, and it was based on behavior change. Whereas we have always argued that the only solution is actually an end to this regime and not expecting any behavior change from them. So I think by the passage of time, it appears like this understanding is becoming a bit clearer. But is it necessary to simply understand? I think the next steps have to be taken. You cannot expect for this evil regime to disappear by itself. You need to actually put an end to it. Now, I've always argued that this is a campaign of Iranians, by Iranians at home, but they deserve to have some support because all these years they had no supports whatsoever. And there are ways to achieve that. Not by means of foreign intervention or military attacks, but by means of invigorating and equaling the playing field for Iranians to be able to overcome this regime. But why is it in the best interest of the free world as well? We're not asking them to shed a tear for us out of compassion. At least stick to your values of freedom and democracy and be defending the rights of Iranians to self-determination, which is what they ask. But you need to help them the same way we help many dissidents in other countries overcome their dictatorial system, authoritarian system. And it's consistent with the same approach, that if you believe that Iranians deserve to have the same freedoms that you as Westerners enjoy in your countries, then don't let them be thrown under the bus by cutting a deal with this regime that represses them, that kills them, that tortures them, that executes them, that shoots bullets into the eyes of their young people. And instead say, we are in solidarity with you, we will help you overcome. I think that has to be the major shift in attitude, because staying within the status quo and hoping by miracle to have a change of behavior is a total waste of time. And as we're getting more critically close to the red line of nuclear threat, and we don't explore an opportunity of having change before resorting to more dire measures, that would be such a historically criminal thing to do. And Iranians are saying to the whole world, we are on your side, why don't you come and help us?
Now, you've spoken quite a bit about maximum pressure on the regime and maximum support for the Iranian people, as you alluded to in the previous question. I'm wondering what that actually looks like in terms of policy. What can the West actually do to have policies that will support the people and promote regime change?
The most important thing, considering not the desired outcome, as we've seen either in Afghanistan or Iraq, is to understand that change in Iran is not going to be tantamount to another failed state. Because the Iranian people are ready for that change, and have demonstrated their capability if given the chance. That's the whole premise of our argument, that Iranians are ready for change. That if we have a scenario whereby we can guarantee the maximum defections of elements stuck with the regime that don't believe in this regime any longer, and they want to be part of the solution, that's the best way to guarantee a smooth transition without having, at the end of the day, post-regime, a situation of anarchy and disorder. So it's a controlled implosion with an actual game plan, with a transfer of authority and transitional governance, which is part of my campaign and what I'm trying to explain. So we can get to a point that Iranians can finally say, now it's up to us to decide for ourselves. We have a mechanism, we have a process, and we have, beyond the obvious liberty, freedom, democracy, and what have you, but a roadmap to recovery, that the country has the opportunity to now bring in foreign investment, address the issue of employment, job creation, everything that economically makes sense to the average person on the streets, because the rest is all motherhood and apple pie. But how do you actually translate it to something that is beneficial, not only for Iranians, but for those who will benefit from it? So it's a win-win scenario. That makes much more sense than hoping that this regime, with its corrupt mafia in charge, continuing its proxy wars, is going to offer any better solution than it had in the past 40 years. There has to be that change of paradigm.
When it comes to the state of Israel, there have been some voices within Israel who have advocated for separatism as a means of weakening the regime. Now, of course, this isn't the case. In a way, it actually strengthens the regime. This is a conspiracy that the regime itself has spewed for years in order to, cut down the dissidents and undermine them, saying that people want to divide Iran. Why is separatism wrong? Why is this actually a way of strengthening the regime?
Well, first and foremost, to give the regime an excuse to crack down even more in the name of, protecting the land. But Iranians in nature are proud of their past and history. Iran was a melting pot long before America became an example of it in latter years. For centuries, we had ethnic groups, different religions live under the same roof side by side and in peace. That was the nation state that Iran was for centuries. And to this day, especially when you look at the Mahsa Amini situation and the revolution, in the four corners of Iran, they were treating it as a national cause. It was not a Kurdish issue or an Azerbaijani issue and so on and so forth. Now, there are separatists. I believe that the numbers are minimal. There are fringe arguments, but they're given too much a platform, and that's dangerous, and I tell you why. Because Iranians will hesitate when they think that there are certain governments or other forces at play that will be encouraging this kind of separatism, and Iranians are proud of the land is sacred, and there's a reason why you have a sense of national identity. There's a flag that represents a nation, and that's our red line anyway as nationalists. And we believe that we don't need to get there, because I'm not saying that ethnic groups have not suffered at the hand of this regime. But what Iranian is left in Iran that hasn't suffered on this regime? You have suffered because of your ethnicity, you have suffered because of your faith, you have suffered because of your sexual orientation, you have suffered because you're just a woman and treated as a second-class citizen. This is the doing of this regime. That's not Iran. That's not what is in the heart of every Iranian, that respect one another, that don't care whether you're Muslim or Jewish or Zoroastrian or atheist. They don't care whether you're leftist or rightist, so long as you observe the rules of the game and democracy and respect and mutual tolerance. This is part of our, I think, to some extent, culture that was completely devastated by this regime. So I think the guarantee in terms of having equality and end to any kind of discrimination rides solely on what we think is this formula, which is a secular democratic system replacing this autocratic religious dictatorship.
Now, you spoke at the Israeli-American Council Conference calling for peace and cooperation between the State of Israel and a future free Iran, even a Cyrus Accords as a follow-up to the Abraham Accords. What would a future Israel-Iran relationship look like in a free Iran?
A true strategic partnership in the best interest of not just the two countries, but our entire region. Look at the challenges that we face. Not just the region, the whole world does. Climate change, economic issues, water shortages, which is a major issue now as far as Iran is concerned. And in fact, part of the reason I traveled to Israel was to talk to Israeli experts that are the best in the world in terms of water management and understanding the challenges and recommendation as to how to deal with it from every aspect, and many other things, technology, industry, innovation, and what have you. I think the whole region will benefit from it, but first and foremost, it's an element of stability. And if the Middle East has always been challenged by these conflicts that we've had, I think it's important to show and demonstrate that two critical countries in that region can work with one another. It was in the same spirit that when my father was very much helpful to President Sadat, when at the time he established a relationship with Golda Meir, and it led to an Egyptian-Israeli peace agreement. It means that in the right climate, you can achieve peace. And again, in the same spirit, how could you possibly have stability and peace in a region that you have one element and a terrorist regime that is constantly fomenting conflict? So a different Iran with the right partners would be able to not only set the stage for the kind of climate that is conducive to not only peace and something that everybody wants, but all the opportunities behind it. Economic development, interaction, it's good, it's profitable for everyone. I think that's an approach that will have many supporters, from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Israel to Syria to all the countries that currently are stuck with the status quo.
Absolutely. Your Highness, Reza Pahlavi, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're bringing you the biggest headlines from Israel and the Middle East in just 5 minutes. I'm Ladar Lazi, and today is day 737 of the war in Gaza. Let's get into all the top headlines at this hour. Israel's security establishment has confirmed that the Israeli hostages will be released tomorrow morning at approximately 6 a.m. and not tonight, as many reports earlier suggested. Additional reports are now saying that the bodies of the murdered hostages will be released immediately after those of the living. Additional reports are also claiming that Hamas has set up 3 different locations across the Gaza Strip from which the hostages will be transferred to the Red Cross. All this to have the hostages back in Israel by the time U.S. President Donald Trump arrives. And in Israel, preparations are underway to receive the hostages. The IDF is preparing the Re'im military base, where the living hostages will be reunited with their family members before being brought to one of 3 major hospitals. The dead will be brought to the Abu Kabil Forensic Center and later be brought to burial. All of this set to take place tomorrow early in the morning. Meanwhile, President Trump's schedule still stands as follows. The president will arrive at 9:20 a.m. Israel time tomorrow. He will then continue to the Prime Minister's office in Jerusalem to meet with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu before meeting with the families of hostages and addressing the Knesset in Jerusalem. Shortly after his address, Trump will travel to Egypt to sign the official document of the deal. And these are momentous days, and as Steve Witkoff proudly said at the Western Wall yesterday,
we're very happy, and we're very happy that hopefully the hostages will be out on Monday. The president is coming, and there'll be peace and lots of lives saved. And we couldn't be more, we feel blessed, Jared and I, at this moment.
And the list of Palestinian security prisoners is still being discussed in Egypt. This, according to Arab media reports. Israel has already published a list of 250 Palestinian security prisoners set to be exchanged under the hostage ceasefire deal, including members of Hamas, Islamic Jihad, Fatah, and PFLP, some convicted of murder and weapons offenses. Some of the terrorists will return to homes in Judea and Samaria or even Gaza, while others will be deported to countries willing to accept them. Hamas flags were raised in Judea and Samaria overnight, and they were later taken down by Israeli troops. And as Israel prepares for the hostage for prisoner exchange, troops of the 98th Division are concluding 2 years of intense battles against Hamas terrorists inside the enclave. Speaking to his troops, a commander of the division said they will remain present and ready for action until every hostage is returned. Footage shows Southern Command troops adjusting operational positions in the Gaza Strip following instructions from the IDF's chief of staff and Israel's defense minister. Defense Minister Katz tweeted on X that Israel's biggest challenge once the hostages are returned will be destroying the Hamas tunnels that remain in the enclave with the American-backed entity or Trump's Board of Peace. And Katz has instructed the IDF to do so accordingly. And with the IDF agreement of a pause in fighting, the Mawasi corridor near Gaza's coastline saw a massive exodus over the weekend. Hundreds of thousands of Gazans are now moving north with the implementation of the temporary ceasefire. And as part of Trump's peace deal, Israel's border crossings are now open, allowing the entry of over 500 humanitarian aid trucks. And this, according to COGAT, Israel's coordination of government activities in the territories, confirmed that this morning that the aid includes both essential food items and fuel tankers. Footage from Reuters confirmed that the trucks have made it into Khan Yunis and are said to be in the hands of UN officials for distribution. And that's it for this edition of ILTV. Stay tuned for further updates on the hour, or download our app by scanning the QR code on your screen. I'm Ladar Lazi. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to the ILTV podcast. I'm Ayan Hoffman, executive editor of ILTV, and we're so happy to be back with our viewers and our listeners. I have with me today professional basketball player Jared Armstrong, who has made it his mission to fight hate and build peace through the power of sport. Welcome, Jared.
Hey, Ayan, thanks so much for having me.
Of course. Now, I want to get started. You have said that basketball has been your best friend since you were 3. When did you go from a hobby to having this become your life's mission?
Yeah, basketball for me started like many other kids. Shooting in a trash can. My mom instilled basketball in me. She's actually in the Philadelphia Hall of Fame for basketball. So since I was 3, it's always been my ethos, my outlet, my way to provide me a free education, going to college. So it's always been that place for me, where anything's going good or bad in my life, that I can always lean on it, to make me feel better. It's always been my sanctuary.
Wow. Now, but you've battled a lot, injuries, rejection, and even bureaucracy, especially. We'll talk about that later when it comes to Israel. So what has been able to keep you going through all of that?
I think for me, it's always been my mindset. My parents really instilled in me at an early age, like to never give up, to always dream big, and that what you want in life come with sacrifices. And that, the biggest lesson is that God will never put you through something that, that he doesn't think you can handle. So, through all my life journeys, through the ups and downs, I always looked at those messages and it reminded me that, God's going to test you before he's going to bless you. And it's going to, show that, to see how bad you want it. So that's kind of how I always use that as my mantra.
Wow, and you certainly have connected specifically to the Jewish faith, but you did grow up in Philly. Now, if I understand correctly, you live in Ashkelon most of the time, which is just minutes away from the Gaza border. When you stop and think about that, how wild does it feel? Tell me a little bit about this journey from Philly to Ashkelon.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing basketball in Israel for almost 4 years now. I played in Apoli a lot, but I mean, Ashkelon was obviously somewhere dear in my heart, where obviously everything went on during 10/7. So, a lot of people don't know, but my dad was in 9/11. He was in the Pentagon when it got bombed. So it's crazy to be a son, that almost lost their father to terrorism, and then to look at it now and he could have almost lost me to terrorism. So for me, it's just, I don't know, an ideological moment, but, I always tried to just learn how to give back during that tough time, which is what we did. We also had a great season. So for me, it was just all about trying to make impact both on and off the court.
For sure. And your story about fighting for Israeli citizenship, however, moved a lot of people. What made you keep pushing when others might have just walked away and said, they don't want me in Israel? I'm not going to stay.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think for first and foremost, it all starts with Joey Lowe. You know, everybody I always give him credit. He's a guy that, stood up for me and put his name on the line and his connections on the line. But second of all, I think it was bigger than me. It was about, my legacy, my family. What if I have had kids that want to come to Israel? I would just be known as the guy that, came, tried to get citizenship and quit. So it was more so always bigger than me and bigger than the mission of just, thinking about myself. So for me, it was just honestly just not quitting, not wanting to give up, just living through those mantras. And it was a tough time. It was a tough journey. I wouldn't trade it for the world looking back at it now because I learned so much, not only about myself, but perseverance, adversity. And honestly, it could have been my biggest blessing. I mean, so much good things that I've done since, fighting for Israeli citizenship, from renovating courts to, helping thousands of kids, during a tough time. So, sometimes they say some of your biggest pieces of adversity turn out to be your biggest blessings.
For sure. And I know we talk a lot about that here in Israel, as you know, with after October 7th, 2 years of such a long war. And we were just waiting and hoping to see that moment, that silver lining that comes out of these 2 tragic years. Going back to your own story, though, with that, you tell me a little bit about why you had to fight so hard to get that citizenship. I know that you converted to Judaism. And then also just describe that moment that you finally held that Israeli passport.
Sure, yeah. I mean, mostly it was people don't know my family has a synagogue in Philly that's 80 years old. So my Jewish lineage goes back really, really far. But the problem is, like, my family's synagogue that I grew up in is a non-denominational synagogue, which is typical in America. They just don't identify with any form, conservative, reform, orthodox. So I grew up very strict, very Jewish. And then once I met my rabbi, the way that we did things was basically the conversion process wasn't, in his eyes, needed. It was just a formality that would basically satisfy the Israeli government, which a lot of people doesn't know that's a normal thing for many family members that don't have, documentation of their, whether grandmother or grandfather. It just basically gives them a certificate that basically says they're Jewish. And I think what was baffling about the whole situation was when we did the conversion process, we had to do it on Zoom. So they didn't accept the fact that we did the conversion process on Zoom when it was COVID, and in Israel, they were doing conversions on Zoom. So it was kind of, I think, for me, a little bit of discrimination. But listen, there's racist people or, individuals in every government. So for me, it wasn't like, a scratch on my back. It was just the fact that I put in all this work and I actually grew up Jewish and they didn't believe me. So that's kind of basically how I felt. But at the end of the day, like I said, it's past me now. I use it I'm sure my story has inspired millions of other people who may be going in the same situation or going through a tough time. But I just look at it as, something that checked off on my bucket list and that I can use to a story to, tell kids the adversity that I went through.
For sure. And then going back to that feeling of holding that Israeli passport for the first time, can you tell me in a sentence what that was like?
It was refreshing. I remember going in that day, and the lady's like, "Who are you going to play for, Maccabi Tel Aviv?" And I'm not saying anything to her. And I called Joey Lowe as soon as I got out of the Tel Aviv municipality. And I remember rushing over to his house. And basically, we just gave each other a big hug and smiled. And I thanked him. And it was really just a full circle moment because we had put in so much work. I was living in Tel Aviv in a hostel with 12 other people in the room. So it was just a lot of sacrificing, for that one moment. When I got home, I took my rabbi out. We went to lunch and we cheered and smiled, and it was just a full circle moment, honestly.
For sure. And then there's been so much, unfortunately, that's happened in this country since then to make that even more challenging. And as we're going to talk about, you've really played a key role in helping to make it easier for people. But I do want to ask how it's been being both an African American and a Jew, does it shape the way you see the world and the way, I guess, as you mentioned, that the world sees you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think there's always pros and cons, on both sides. I think for me, I get a different perspective I grew up partly in the suburbs. I went to a lot of independent school growing in my life. So being a minority, so understanding what it's like to be the outside in the room, not only Jewish, but also Black, and then moving to Philadelphia and living in the inner city, and, being around people that are my own skin color and how they think, how they move, what they think about what's going on. How can I be, a positive light or positive impact or, give them the right information. So I think, it's always a plus. It's a double-edged sword. I want it, but for me, I just look at it as someone that I'm different and, I can give perspective that, most people can't.
Yeah. And here, as I mentioned, you moved to Ashkelon because that's where you were playing basketball. And that is an area that sits really close to the Gaza border, not in the kibbutzim, but certainly nearby. It has been relatively quiet in the south as we're battling in Gaza, of course. But you lived there when we were under quite a bit of direct rocket fire as well. You've talked about the rockets literally falling on your head. Tell us about that and what do people abroad not really understand?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I remember the day vividly because we had a scrimmage the night before. The day before, I'm sorry, it was a Friday. And my coach called me around 6:30 in the morning. And he's like, Jared, there's going to be some rockets that come in. And I never experienced it because I was mainly playing in the center or the north of Israel.
Which at this time now has had many rockets, but back then I guess it was an anomaly.
Yeah, so basically, I kind of just shrugged it off what he was saying, like, I'm not worried about it, whatever. And around 9 o'clock, that's when, things started to take off. And then around 9:45, like a rocket hit across the street, like it landed across the street and you just hear a big boom. So I kind of became, in panic mode. Like I was moving around my living room trying to figure out, obviously what I'm going to do. I never had experienced something like this before. And all of our teammates lived in one building. So I literally went downstairs, knocked on his door. He happened to be asleep. And we're just trying to figure out like how we can go to safety because we knew, Ashkelon was the next city over, if anything was to happen or if they was to get, close to us. So, we ended up taking a risk. We drove from Ashkelon all the way to Ramat HaSharon, where I had a dear friend. I remember police stopping us vividly and they were just asking us like, where are you headed? Like, you need to get there and don't come out your house. So it was really just us trying to get to safety and, try to, save ourselves and make it home safely to the United States.
Yeah. Now, you could have gone home full time after October 7th. Obviously, you are an American citizen, as you said, but instead you actually stayed here a lot and started helping kids on the ground. What moment or conversation sparked that decision that told you, I could just leave today, but instead I want to give back to Israel?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we all ended up going home for a little short stint. The season ended up resuming around after Thanksgiving time. So I remember I hadn't been with my family for Thanksgiving for almost 10 years, just from college and playing in Israel. So I remember after Thanksgiving Day, my agent called me. And he was like, the season's resuming. What you want to do? And I decided to go back. And when I went back, I felt it was a need. A lot of kids weren't in school. A lot of kids didn't have an opportunity to really have any physical activity. So I felt like, bringing Jab Camp to Israel, which we did, a lot of kids were able to be impacted. We ended up renovating the court in honor of my nonprofit's name. So I think it was just a lot of things that came just through my dear heart of just always just want to give back to the community. Because, for me, it's like, how do you want to be remembered? Do you only want to be remembered as a basketball player? You want to be remembered as someone that did more and was a humanitarian and looked back for his community. And I think that's what the kids are going to appreciate most, not just me putting the ball in the hoop or playing for their city, but what I did to actually get back to them to make an impact.
And Jab Camp, I'm assuming, stands for Jared Armstrong Basketball Camp. And what kind of kids went to that? These were kids that were living in the South or had been evacuated from the South?
Yeah, so we ended up doing 5 clinics. One, we partnered with Reebok and we did a 3-on-3 tournament. For our clinics, we were getting kids all throughout the South, Ashdod, Ashkelon. So I'm in the kibbutz team. And then we ended up finishing the year with a 3-on-3 tournament with the Reebok and the Steinhardt Foundation. And that brought kids from all throughout the South. So we were able to impact over 500 kids in a really short amount of time. And, I saw the momentum go, and that it was really a need, obviously, what was going on with the war.
And how do you see sports then in general helping Israeli kids heal from war? Do you think it can play a key role?
Yeah, I think sports in general, provides so many life lessons, number one, but number two, it builds so many bridges, organically. I always tell people in any interview that, I play with, people that don't look like me all the time, but we always have to find a way to win, which is the common goal through sports. Whether that's teamwork, whether that's respect, whether that's understanding each other, getting to know each other off the court, which builds chemistry. So I think there's a lot of positive life lessons that come through sport. Sports unite people from all around the globe. I mean, if you look at basketball and soccer in Israel, all those people aren't, from the country, but they come together, they figure out a way, how to win. So I think not only just that aspect, but the physical activity, the health benefits that kids get through playing sports every day, and the youth development that comes with it. So I think sports honestly can solve a lot of problems and a lot of issues. And, we're seeing that, analytics and data with Jab Camp and what we're building both here in America and in Israel.
We really should get maybe one of these 3-on-3 tournaments going with like Prime Minister Netanyahu, maybe the head of, I don't know, the Palestinian Authority, see what we can do, as we're talking about Middle East peace so much, but we haven't actually seen it come to fruition. So yeah, maybe you could play a role in that. It would be helpful to all of us.
Great.
Yeah. Now, I know that as part of this, you met some pretty traumatized kids. Like, for example, Ariel Zohar, whose entire family was actually murdered on October 7th. And he came, if I understand, to your camp. What do moments like that teach you about resilience?
Yeah, so I didn't actually get a chance to meet Ariel. I just happened to be in the United States and I heard his story. And I wanted to make a special video tribute to his family, which I didn't know ended up getting, I knew it got millions of views, but it got like, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 from what I've been told, because I don't have TikTok. But, I was just told by a lot of players, I always get players before we would play. They would stop me and just thank me, like, thank you for everything you're doing for Israel. Your video touched me, your video made me cry. So I don't even know if the kid ever seen the video. I just know that it reached a lot of people, and people felt dear to his heart. So I just know he was a basketball player, and I related to him because I go on morning runs. So I couldn't imagine, coming home and my family's gone. So that moment, again, through sports, really touched me, and I was able to relate to his journey, from going to a morning run to, your parents being gone. So I'm hopeful that I can meet him one day. That hopefully I can just give him a hug and, be a guidance in any way and form that I can. But, the video was just dear to my heart, and I was able to, hopefully touch not only him, but bring his story to awareness and what's going on in Israel.
Yeah, and it's such a tragic story. And in general, I mean, as you've said, one of your goals is to fight hate through sports, not just hate here in Israel, not just to help people heal, but in general. Can you elaborate a little bit on that and how you view that working?
Yeah, I mean, I think most importantly, a lot of people live in a bubble. I don't think that just in Israel, but I think that around the globe. I think more people live in a bubble now than ever since, obviously what's going on in America politically and what's going on in Israel. So I think there's a lot of families, parents that don't feel comfortable, with their kids, being around other kids that they don't know. And I think that's a huge problem, nowadays. I think a lot of parents are going to have to think outside the box. And I think that's where Jab Camp comes and plays a major role. For us, we've had kids that don't know each other and leave the week, best friends. And I think that's just the power of sport and unity, from Black kids to Jewish kids to Muslim kids to Arab kids. I mean, we had it all. In America, and I've seen the success stories, the exchange of Snapchats, the exchange of TikToks, and all social media accounts. So I think for us is really just showing that unity is possible. Also, just the educational components and the nutrition, financial literacy, and the racism, anti-Semitism that we teach is really just teaching kids, that there's more forms of racism than just the color of your skin. We have a lot of testimonials of kids that didn't know that, being racially biased against someone's religion, someone's background, someone's face, shape, or size, is a form of racism. So it's really getting kids to really understand each other and educate them, that is really just about being a good human being, to be able to sit across from someone and have an uncomfortable conversation, which I think is very, very important nowadays, to get someone else's point of view.
For sure. And you've also been very vocal online since October 7th, really speaking up on behalf of Israel. Why did you think it was so important in your role to make sure that you spoke out?
Yeah, I think number one, I got a complex background being both African American and Jewish, and I can relate, to both sides. But number two, I knew a lot of people were gonna, say things that never been there. I've been living there, even through, the difficulties. I've been there since 2020, and I'll be able to relate both the good and the bad, and really speak the truth. So for me, it was just about, being a positive light, being organic, being authentic about who I am and what I stand for, and really telling the truth about what's going on, in my opinion and my viewpoint. Not saying everything Israel does is right or wrong, but just expressing what I believe, and how people can relate to me.
Yeah, and what is one thing you wish that Americans or just people outside Israel in general understood about Israelis right now?
I think the biggest thing is understanding the situation. I think a lot of people just look at what's happening in Gaza and they don't see, the other side. They just, try to make it a racial thing. So I think it's just really understanding the full complexity of the issue. But I think for me, the most important thing I always tell people is to go see it for yourself. I think that's the best way for people to really understand and really, feel the moment. It's different when you're looking through a computer or watching on your phone, but if you're actually there or been there, you can actually express what's really happening. It's no different if I was in another country, and something else was going there. I would tell people, if you can go see it, for yourself, and that would kind of answer all the questions that you would need.
Sure. Now, I assume that I know you're in the States now. Are you running camps while you're there in the States?
Yeah, so we just finished up our second year of summer camps. My mom, unfortunately, is dealing with health issues, so I've been back here in the States. But yeah, we're in full scaling mode. We're in expansion mode as well. We're actually haven't announced it yet, building another court in Ashkelon in the next couple of weeks. So just a lot of work that we're doing on and off the court to really just make an impact, for the community. And try to make it, a number one thing that a lot of people, when they see Jab Camp and Jab Camp logo, that we're trying to be a positive light, in Israel. Funny story, one of my staff members called me the other day, and he was like, "Hey, I was in Netanya and I saw, some kids with Jab Camp Jab Camp shirts on." So it's just cool to see, kids really rock the swag and understand the mission and, our focus on building bridges.
Sure. I mean, at your camp, from what I was reading about it, it's Jews, it's Muslims, it's Christians, it's blacks, it's white. It's really a little bit of everything. And there's something very powerful behind that, without question. What have you tried to teach these kids? I mean, do you feel like the message is coexistence, or is it another message?
I think it's all in one. Honestly, I think number one is coexistence. Obviously, it's a little bit different message from United States to Israel, but I think the most important thing I try to teach them is just be a good person. Just the little intangibles. Be kind. You never know what someone's dealing with. Be humble. Help others. Be able to be a person that can understand someone else's situation and be able to help them. So it's really, for me, it's just honestly just being a good person. And I think a lot of kids understand that message regardless of race, and they can say, "Oh, well, he's right. You got to be a good person, be honest, be trustworthy." And I think that's just for us the core principles of what we kind of try to teach at Jab Camp, and the rest will take care of itself. We're dealing with mostly young adults, kindergarten through eighth grade, so they're not really understanding the racial complexities yet, as much as they will learn in high school and college. But if we can teach them at an early age to just be a good person, be a good human being, make new friends that don't look like you, I think that's half the battle right there. So for us, it's been a success so far. I'm excited where the future holds, and it's a lot of work we got to get done, but I'm excited to continue to build.
And thinking of the future and what it will hold, there's so much talk right now about a possible peace deal, a real end to the war, not only in Gaza, but potentially even in the Middle East. I'm wondering, for you, Jared, what does peace mean? How do you define it?
For me, peace means you can look at someone that you don't agree with or your enemy and be able to have an uncomfortable conversation, be able to sit down with each other, break bread, and eventually shake each other at the end and still be some type of friend, whether you agree or disagree. But at the end of the day, I think for peace for me is being able to hopefully, hug someone, that you don't like, be able to say, hey, listen, I like what you're doing, or, we may not be friends, but I respect you and understand why you feel that way. So for me, it's really just being able to have uncomfortable conversation from a personal level. But my goal in, the near future, I would hope is, no more bombings, no more, enemies that's close by, no one killing each other. Everybody wants peace. Everybody wants their kid to grow up, and be able to live life fully, with no one or their neighbor trying to kill them. So I think that's the ultimate goal. But, I'm sure as many people feel in Israel and around the globe, we're, far from that.
Yeah. Now we're going to be wrapping up in just a moment. So I want to think about some final sentiments. When people finish watching this conversation, what do you hope they feel? What do you hope that they do as a result of hearing your vision?
Yeah, I always tell people, in general, find a way to be a bridge. Find a way to, get back to your community, because it's never is enough. There's never enough ways that you can't give back. And also try to build a bridge. Whether that's someone you don't like, someone that is your neighbor that you don't talk to. In Israel, if there's an Arab that you don't typically like. Find a way to have that uncomfortable conversation, because you never know how far it can go. And that's something I really live by, and something I really try to champion is, being able to break bread with someone, that I'm not used to breaking bread with, and seeing how we have more similarities and differences. Because we're all, made in God's image. I always tell people my middle name is Aziel, which means God has created. And I always tell people that God has created all of us in his own image. We all weren't born to look alike. So, we can all, find common ground. That's most important.
That's beautiful sentiment for us to wrap up with today. Well, Jared Armstrong, a very professional basketball player, a player who's played in the United States, here in Israel, thank you so much for spending time with me today.
Thanks so much for having me. Look forward to it.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. Israeli and Hamas negotiators in Sharm el-Sheikh try to finalize details of the Gaza peace plan in mediated talks. President Trump says the negotiations are proceeding rapidly and expresses optimism that the first phase of the deal, which sees the freeing of all 48 Israeli hostages for a partial IDF withdrawal from Gaza and release of Palestinian security prisoners, will be completed soon. Israeli forces halted their advance into Gaza City and assumed defensive positions as truce talks got underway. But the IDF says it will continue to act against any threats, launching several airstrikes at targets in Gaza in response to attacks directed against its troops and the launching of rockets at Israeli communities. The Houthis continue to fire missiles and drones from Yemen against targets in Israel, all of which are intercepted by air defense systems. The Eilat municipality installs 10 bomb shelters on the city's beaches and sports fields in response to last month's deadly Houthi drone strike on the Red Sea resort. IDF forces from the Ephraim, Yehuda, and Binyamin brigades carry out operations across Judea and Samaria, arresting 8 wanted terrorists and confiscating weapons and incitement materials in sweeps through several villages and Jenin and Tulkarem. In Hebron, troops carry out the demolition of the home of the terrorist who killed 7 people at the Jaffa light rail station a year ago. The IDF eliminates 3 Hezbollah terrorists in separate strikes in South Lebanon. One of those targets, Mahmoud Ali Issa, was responsible for taking over homes in border area villages to use to store weapons and serve as surveillance outposts. And now our big story. As Israel marks 2 years since the October 7th attack, it anxiously awaits the results of negotiations in Egypt to determine whether a deal has or has not been reached that will see the release of all 48 remaining hostages and a halt to the fighting in Gaza. Well, that part of the agreement is clear, but it's the details of what comes later that remain murky and critical. Will Hamas really disarm? And if so, who will carry out and monitor that decommissioning of its weapons? Who will really govern Gaza after the IDF withdraws? And even more crucially, what kind of security arrangements and guarantees will be in place to ensure that another October 7th or anything close to it never happens again? All of this will require fateful decisions on the part of the Israeli government, especially Prime Minister Netanyahu. Here's what he had to say about the deal.
But I think first you have to finish the job. You have to finish the Gaza war, which I hope to do very soon with President Trump's help. Let's get it over with. But we can't get it over with and leave Hamas there in power, aiming, its rockets at us. That's not getting it over with. Getting it over with get all our hostages out, which is still before us. We haven't yet done it, and I hope we do, but it's not yet done. And then also get Hamas out of power in Gaza. Make sure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel or to the peace of the region and the world.
Well, joining us now for more is the former chief of staff for Prime Minister Netanyahu, Ari Harrow, who is also author of the book about that time titled My Brother's Keeper, Netanyahu, Obama, and the Year of Terror and Conflict That Changed the Middle East Forever. Ari Harrow, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. Well, before we look ahead or even look at what's happening now, let's just try to understand and help us understand how we got to this point. Prime Minister Netanyahu's decision to accept this deal, move ahead with this deal, and enter into these sort of final negotiations with Hamas?
I think there's many, many considerations that come into play when you talk about a prime minister and the decisions that he has to make, and together with him, the security cabinet and then the larger government. Obviously, there is the wear and tear on our military that has been in constant battle for 2 years and 1 day now. And when you add to that the psychological and emotional weight that all Israelis have been carrying around for this period with the hostages in Gaza, I think that there was a readiness from a psychological perspective and from a national perspective to try and bring this to a close. Now, marry that with the tremendous security success that we've had post-October 7th with regard to Hezbollah in Lebanon, with the change of regime in Syria, the Iranian nuclear facilities, and so on and so forth. And I think that the damage that we have done in Gaza is so significant that it would be very hard to look at it as anything but tremendous Israeli success. And I think it's reached the point where the Prime Minister and the government recognize that in order to secure the 3 points that the Israeli government demanded, that they're going to have to go ahead with this deal. Those 3 points, number one was the return of all the hostages, all 48 of them. Number two was complete removal of Hamas from any position of power or governance. And number three was the demilitarization of Gaza. All three of those components seem to be in the deal as we know it today. And I, quite frankly, don't believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu or this government would move ahead without those three very crucial components.
Right. Well, we'll break down some of those points. The latter 2 points are more in the future. Right now, we're looking at the immediate deal, the first stage, release of 48 hostages, partial Israeli withdrawal of Gaza, still reportedly under discussion, and the release of Palestinian security prisoners. This has happened in the past, but it's going to be very difficult this time. We know Hamas is demanding the release of some of the worst murderers, even some of the Nukhba terrorists, even the body of Yahya Sinwar, reportedly, they're asking for. This would be difficult. Now, you've written, in fact, in your book about the consequences of the Gilad Shalit deal and rearresting some of those terrorists later on. So just talk about even just the challenge of that going forward in order to, of course, get back to 48 hostages.
For sure. I mean, it's a dilemma that the state of Israel has dealt with really from our inception until today. It's interesting, and it's something that I note in the book and is well known, how Prime Minister Netanyahu really was the father of not negotiating with terrorists.
And he said that position many times.
And it's something that has come up many times throughout the years. And I can tell you, taking you back to the Gilad Shalit debate within the Prime Minister's office, the most stringent opponent to any type of release was really Minister Ron Dermer, who felt very strongly that you cannot release these murderers if you want to avoid future kidnappings. Having said that, there are moments where a prime minister and where a government has to make very difficult decisions. You know, one of the things that is so difficult about leading any country is you're in a constant dance between urgent and important. And there are times where the two sort of merge, and you're faced with challenges that bring you to a decision point that you may not love, but you understand that there's broader strategic value involved in it. And I think that that is this type of moment that we're facing today.
Right. Now, you talked about the other key points for Israel, the decommissioning of weapons, of course, and setting up some kind of post-Hamas governance. Of course, there are those who are skeptical that Hamas will carry that through. There are some that even say Prime Minister Netanyahu strategically is thinking that that won't happen.